My professor. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Fortune Tebogo Maswangany. And I want you to clap hands for yourself. I'll tell you why. Just clap hands for yourself. I think it takes a very smart academic to be part of this memorable conference. This is a milestone, as it was mentioned yesterday, 10 years, and the theme, Africa's future sustainable, political economy, and the global space. I think we are blessed to be part of this movement. Many I've met, when we came here, we couldn't even write a paragraph. And now at least we can write 2 or 3 paragraphs. Many were not professors when we met. Many are professors. And this is growing, and I think this is the most successful public administration conference in the world. So clap hands for yourself again. My job is just to facilitate the plenary session. We are going to invite the remarks. So the chairperson, we are also going to have the presentation of the plenary paper by Professor MP Sebola. Then we're going to have discussions about the presentation, Prof. Sebola, and have coffee, tea, and break. Those who were not here yesterday, the bathrooms are the other side. I hope you're all looking at me. If you go that side, you're going to see your bathrooms for males and females. But have a beautiful day. Let us engage. Let us get empowered. Thank you very much. Chairman, just clap the hands for the chairman as Adla. Yeah.
I don't think I'm going to mess up with the system here. Colleagues, good morning. Yes, it is my pleasure to be given this opportunity to present the 10th annual plenary paper for the IPADA Conference today. But before I start with the presentation, I was requested to make a few remarks. The first remark is that some of our board members were not in yesterday as we introduced others. And then I will request Professor Mutubadze to stand up so that members can see you. Thank you, Sina. And then Dr. Amdau, in case she is in. It's not. She's not in again. So we'll never introduce her for 2025. And then the second thing that I did not do, and then I'm going to ask Professor Ngamu to stand up. He did not ask me that. Yes, Professor Ngamu is the chief editor of the Journal of Public Administration and Development Alternative, a partner journal to the International Conference on Public Administration and Development Alternatives. And then I am introducing him to you, so as a plea that he must give the conference the December issue. And I guess he you will not refuse. Prof. Ngam, are you refusing? No, which means that I think he has accepted. And thank you very much, Prof, for that. Thank you. And then the other thing that I did not do yesterday, but it is not by default, is that if you have checked on our program, those who have copies of our program and those that received it electronically, we are co-hosting this conference with the Walter Sisulu University as well as Moses Kotane Research Institute. So, but I deliberately did not talk about them yesterday because they were not in, and they are coming on tomorrow. So because we are on live, and then I think it was a terrible mistake not to introduce another conference collaborator in absentia, and I really apologize for that. Lastly, there are colleagues from Malawi, I think, who came today. Folo and others, can you stand up on your good legs so that colleagues can see you? Thank you very much. So colleagues, let me start with what I believe is my business today. This is the 10th plenary paper that I am presenting today, and it is a culture that on annual basis, as a chairperson, I must present a paper that is related to the theme. I'm the only one who does not have a right to write about anything that I want. The board wants me to write only about a paper that relates to the theme. That's why I have this year crafted a theme, the paper title as Africa's Agenda and Future Sustainability, the Rhetorics of Unity, Political and Economic Governance. As a background, I can say that we are all aware, even if we are not politicians or we are not used to African politics, that we are living in a continent that is arguably composed of 54 sovereign states. And then these 54 sovereign states, all of them have complex political and economic challenges. But all these sovereign states are expected to live in what we call a unity of common purpose as Africans. And we know that on numerous occasions, our so-called forefathers have met together to discuss a common future and a common unity for the continent as a whole. But even if they have met in numerous occasions, before some of us were born, and even when some of us were born, but there were always criticism that the issue of an African unity as a continent can only be a wishful dream that cannot be achieved. And then based on the complex cultural and racial, religious and belief system, critics have always said that our unity as a continent can never be exclusively achieved, even if we want to. And we must live to believe that. So I also, on the other side, argue that the political and the economic dialogue, which are not informed by the same culture of governance, by us as Africans, may not yield the expected positive results as we believe. That's my argument, that as long as our dialogue is not informed by the same political and economic culture of governance, we are not going to be able to achieve the common agenda of unity as Africans as we wish. We are all aware that the continent experiences various challenges, where we have those leaders who lead by military legitimacy, while others rule through democratic legitimacy, all in the same continent. And all those leaders are leaders that often converge and say they are discussing an agenda of common unity of a continent. And the convergence of such leaders in discussing the future of the continent is therefore not emanating from a common perspective. If others are operating on democratic legitimacy, others operating on military legitimacy, but still call themselves leaders of African sovereign states. I argue further that democrats and dictators cannot plan together and claim that they are indeed sharing a common goal for an African unity. I do, however, acknowledge that irrespective of the critics of a united Africa, what they say about our cultural difference as a block of unity, but we acknowledge, or I also acknowledge that as Africans we share common experience of colonization, oppression, dispossession of land, and racialism. That is one thing that we share in common. Okay. I am also convinced that, and acknowledge that, I believe that our forefathers of liberation, they experienced a limitation while they were dealing with an African vision of unity. For example, when I talk about forefathers, I talk about those that achieved independence many years ago, like the Ghanas with the Kwame Nkrumahs, the Nyenyeres, and others. Those people, when they were talking about a common vision for Africa, they had limitations because many other countries then did not achieve independence. But our current ones, I believe they are cruising. And the way in which I believe they are cruising, I believe they have a good advantage of bringing the idea back without challenges that are experienced by the previous forefathers. And therefore, based on that, by this paper, I argue that the current African leadership of our time are people that are basically live a life of the moment than for the future of the next generation of our continent, compromising not only their own country's political and economic future, but also the continent and the regional agendas. The research question therefore raised in this paper is, how do we deal with the issue of the continental agenda and the rhetorics of unsustainable political and economic governance faced by our future generation? And in answering this question, this research question, I'm going to focus on the following. I'm going to look at the forefathers of African independence and the African agenda, and then I'm going to deal with who are the Africans in Africa. And then I am going to deal with who owns the African agenda of unity. And then I'm also going to deal with, is the African unity agenda sustainable within the context of our current political leadership? And then I'm also going to deal with the rhetoric of political and economic governance in Africa, as well as how we can resolve these rhetorics. Let us look at our so-called forefathers of independence and the African agenda. Okay, we believe that our political and economic freedom as Africans was carried out by a number of our so-called forefathers, which ultimately led to the Organization of African Unity, where they came together to set up the vision. But although these people used to meet and discuss this common vision, but there was always this skepticism among themselves of whether a continental unity can ever be achieved. Others were believing entirely on one continental government with federal states, while others prefer a gradual movement to that of a continental state, and others believe that we should rather have economic unity than a political unity. And it is politically undeniable that most of the forefathers were entirely educated in the West, and that it was through their Marxism and liberal learning thought that they imagined a free, independent continent with self-rule in their different sovereign states before they came with this idea. And most of them, you must remember, they were just a product of an American black and white intellectual idea of the Negro truth, or blackness, which emotionally endorsed a racial pride and confidence in them in order to forge that which they call an African unity to be. And according to Kwame Nkrumah then, an African unity, or an issue of African unity, or an issue of African problem can only be solved through what he called Pan-Africanism, which was developed through the scope of the Organization of African Unity, which of course experienced challenges of neoliberalism in the 1980s and the 1990s. Even the post-agenda of this unity, and now which has to be achieved through what we call the African Union, we still see that there are more challenges which shows that we are nowhere closer to achieving what we call an African unity for a variety of reasons. And let me go on to ask a question. Who are Africans in Africa? This is one of the most important questions, or a dangerous question, that is facing Africans, and that they are not able to answer a question of who are the Africans in Africa. Our forefathers, with their pride of being negritude or blacks by then, understood what they mean by an African. By an African to them, I think it means everyone who is in Africa. But the current challenges are that people like Muammar Gaddafi of Libya and Hosni Mubarak of Egypt were always reminded by some when they were pushing for the movement of African unity. Some were saying, looking at their facial texture, to say they look more European than African. And them pushing an African agenda is not only impossible, but contradictory, which means that the current generation do not really understand who an African is. And such perception often, we think they emanate from those who want to divide the African society. And the current generations of African leaders are in what we can call a linguistic limbo when it comes to the application of the terminology of who is an African. The concept of being an African, or the identity of being African, is currently but just a pretense, leaving the space of interpretation between race and geographical semantics, in which instance we are not able to understand or identify or to be able to interpret exactly who is an African as Africans. It is suspected that our identity as African is contracted by the Western powers, and it remains a contentious academic debate, as we do not really know who we are as Africans. According to Dimka, many of the scholarly writings are of the opinion that only the sub-Saharan African community should be recognized as African and not North Africa. And indeed, the theory is aligned with the Western historical narrative that slaves traded from Africa to Europe and America were indeed blacks and not any other race from Africa, and therefore making it impossible for Africans to deny when the Western powers saying that Africans are blacks. The issue of an African being a geographical resident or an indigenous individual still poses a problem of unity among Africans. And Africa itself is therefore grappling with the conceptual construction of making the unity work. And Jacobu also noted that African leaders and policymakers simply sign regional treaties for formality and not for an actual implementation. And in Africa currently, I think those in government will not agree with me on this. There is a huge contestation between Nigeria and South Africa in the continent, competing for big brotherhood, for both the economic and political superiority. And yet we should say we are fighting for a common unity of seeing Africa as one. And the difference between South Africa and other Africans is also highly notable. Way in corners, South Africans are allied to be calling other Africans, Africans. And therefore, other Africans calling South Africans brothers from other mothers in order to fit to be with South Africans. And yet, the continent should share a common vision of one Africa, one continent. And that becomes a problem of who an African is. I think recently in South Africa there was this social media throwing around where a foreign national was denied free health care. Then there was a white woman on the other hand, and then a black woman on the other hand. Then the black man who was talking on behalf of the wife said, "My sister, you are my sister, we are both Africans." And then the white woman said, "No, you are not, we are Africans. Me and the sister, we are African." The black sister and the white woman say, "We are sisters, you are not ours." So the question of who an African is becomes really a linguistic problem for Africans. You are not, we are Africans. Me and the sister, we are African. The black sister and the white woman say, we. And who are the owners of the African agenda of unity? Okay. We say Kwame Nkrumah is the founder of the agenda of African unity. But literature shows that Pan-Africanist movements originated before him, which of course influenced him to come up with that agenda. But this Kwame Nkrumah, even if he came with this agenda of an African unity, of a one continental state, one currency, one presidency, but his peers always told him that that is not achievable. And there is a rationale why they said to him that it is not achievable. And I'll say it later. But even though they critiqued him or criticized him to say that is not achievable, but they knew exactly what they want. They knew exactly what the agenda of an African was. They knew that Africa needs to make better life for its own, for its own people. They need that they want to improve the life of their own people. They knew that they want to reduce poverty. They want to create more employment. They want to reduce maternal and child mortality. And they want to build a resilient public institution. And they want to build infrastructure. That they knew. They knew that colonialism was not good, and they wanted their people to experience democracy, to be respected and to be treated with dignity they deserve, and to be recognized as human beings. That they knew. The agenda of this unity itself, as espoused in policies, experienced technical problems. I think most of you knows that. Since in Africa we have this problem that things appear progressive in paper through legislative reform, than in their real practical environment. That becomes a problem. But we know what we want to solve. Firstly, for practical reason, it is clear that for practical reason, the African agenda is highly dependent on the external actors than the Africans themselves. That is very clear. According to Basnizak and Razkowski, Africa does not own its point of view in resolving its own problems. And therefore, it has in one way or the other have to use the European or American perspective to resolve any problem it faces. Therefore, implying that we do not have an agenda. Mahetlan further argued that the future of Africa, more than that of any continent, hinges on the collective global action. According to Herbinet and Edvik, Africa is a well-known agenda taker than agenda setter on global affairs. That, I think, make us to understand that we do not have an agenda of our own. And this is not new, because Kwame Nkrumah himself previously viewed African independence as neo-colonialism or sham independence for a fact that political power without economic power equally amount to nothing, as the system itself undermines political independence and creates economic dependence. That was his own statement as a person who firstly set the agenda of African unity. And then, even recently, some literature sources still shows that nothing has completely changed. The Economist had in various eras evaluated African economy, 2000 as hopeless, hopeful in 2011, fastest in 2013. However, in the same 2013, Africa exported only 18% of manufactured goods and imported 65% of same goods. And then, according to Arte, the situation of Africa is made worse by exporting low-value primary product. Therefore, despite the internal problems of the African agenda itself, there are too many external factors inhibiting its success. Because the continent itself is regarded as a home to the world's poorest region and home to the poorest states worldwide. And which is a contradiction to the well-known narrative of an African continent that is rich in gold and mineral resources. So our history as Africa is full of contradictions. So let us look as to whether the African unity agenda is sustainable within the context of current leadership. Now we are coming closer to home now, to current politicians. With the previous agendas which were set many years ago before some of us were born, political leaders experienced problems. Of course, they were not cruising like the current ones. Some military takeovers and coup d'etats took place while they were busy trying to resolve regional issues. When you are busy trying to deal with continental issues, they send you there. When you come back, you don't have a government. You have been deposed. Those were the challenges that previous ones met. But current ones, there is no likelihood of them to meet that. So, although the current leaders are supposed to be cruising, as I say, but they continue to be highly challenged with regard to the unity of purpose in this regard. Very important, our leaders, immediately, the first time they get elected, the first flight they prepare is either they go to America or to London or so. We never had them, after being elected, going to negotiate trade with Mozambique and others. We always hear President of Botswana is flying to China, President of South Africa is going to London, President of is going there and there. That's what we hear, to get an agenda, of course, maybe, for some reasons. So we agree that various regions of Africa continue to experience variety of instabilities of various forms, such as terrorism, to ordinary conflict by those in opposition to the state rule, mostly led by the dissatisfied youth. There is a general outcry in Africa about the leadership problem and governance and of the entire African system, which creates disillusioned youth. I think some of you are conversant with what happened in Kenya recently, where the youth just decided to go to parliament and dissolve it themselves without asking the people. They just went there and it did not end well. So, according to Nkura here, while the world has moved towards greater political and economic cooperation, Africa remains a cauldron of instability and economic deprivation. There are also no signs that African leaders are doing sufficient about the United States of Africa. We see the chairpersons rotating from the 5 African regions annually just as a ceremonial gesture. But whether they want a United States of Africa it cannot be confirmed. And in fact, I'm not sure if EFF is here. I think they will not agree with me, but I think they are here. Okay, they are here. Normally, the idea of one continent, one currency, is carried out by those without political power, like Julius Malema, and no one. I mean, his voice will not be heard. He's the only one who is saying that. And even if he's saying that, there is no adequate continental economic drive where these leaders fully trade with each other. South Africa is flying with the big fish. Brazil, Russia, India, and China. So telling it about trade with Mozambique and all these other African countries, it's a little bit of a problem. They fly high, we fly high, I should say. Therefore, to me, the agenda of unity is therefore slightly a pretense and not of separate people, and often only used when of convenience by the other. And Mlambo and others noted that there is an extreme lack of internal unity among countries of the continent itself, making it difficult for it to play an effective role in global affairs. So, even if this idea of United States of Africa was again debated in 2007 at the African Union, the stance of the majority of African leaders are still skeptical, like the previous ones, about this United States of Africa. Probably every leader wants to maintain the sovereignty of their own state and their political power base. And most of them say they are comfortable with economic cooperation than full political cooperation. As much as there was skepticism during Kwame Nkrumah that most of those African leaders were thinking that he was profiling himself to be a president of the continent, the current ones also are still thinking that whoever's coming up with this idea want to be a continental president and they don't want to be under him. Muammar Gaddafi was not secretive about that. He was talking about a United States of Africa and say, Muammar, the president of it. So, and no one wants to be under the other one as an African leader. And you know that in Africa there are other political leaders who do not like, African leaders who do not like each other. There was currently a squabble between South Africa and Rwanda, Congo, and others. There is also a suspicion that other countries are helping other opposition to depose other in other countries. And with that being the case, an agenda of an African unity remains a little bit questionable and not achievable. On the other hand, the socio-economic and political dynamics are likely to make it difficult for continental states to work easily and achievable as it was achieved in developed countries. Because our geographical strength and culture are not equally the same. there are internal crises in many African countries emanating from wars of religion, ethnic insurgencies, those in Nigeria, Rwanda, Sudan, South, Somalia, Ethiopia, Chad, and others, that other countries might not like to be associated with those countries. And there is also a spirit of xenophobia of African migration across the continent. And when those happens, we respond to defend our own. Even though South African xenophobic branding has spiraled throughout, but writing says something about this xenophobia. I think Oni and Ukunande, these are Nigerians. They mentioned that xenophobia across Africa had different sources such as economic wars, politics, and crime, and that South Africa is not the worst xenophobic nations. Because there have been xenophobic attacks recorded in Africa and in many countries, but they were not really given a media publicity than South Africa has been given in that regard. Evidence shows that there have been considerable xenophobia instances in countries such as Ghana, Nigeria, Angola, Uganda, and South Africa, okay? And for various reasons. Others are for economical, others are for war, and then political and economic, and others are for crime, and others are for political. And all these countries that I've mentioned there have been a considerable number of xenophobia recorded continentally, but they did not receive the same media attention like South Africa received. In actual fact, there are very few countries that did not have xenophobic incidences. The rhetorics of political and economic governance. So, like I have said, I see the United States of Africa as a pretense of convenience by other regional players, since we are only one when it suits a particular context, and yes, we are two when the context is different. Therefore, a model to achieve a one continent, one country may not be convincing to the current bias due to leadership deficiency at the core of our failed African states. We know what the problem of Africa is. There are rhetorics of poor leadership, there are rhetorics of transparency, there are rhetorics of accountability, lack of accountability, there are rhetorics of poor corruption. We know those, okay? And then other scholars like Kwanda have argued that African leaders, because of our entrenched cultural upbringing, we have remained autocratic, dictatorial, and incompetent in both our public and private organizations. And such rhetorics, we know them. We know about the rhetoric of the disregard of the rule of law by political leaders, excessive political patronage, political terrorism, and the effect which all these have on good governance. And we know those. And literature has been produced in abundance on how those problems can be resolved. And some have identified lack of political will, lack of capacity by our African leaders. We know all those. And we are indeed aware of the causes and the rhetorical answers to all those problems. And those are debated politically and academically. But the status remain. In South Africa, these rhetorics, we know them. At universities and government, people have even constructed terms like there is social governance or political mafia governance in all these institutions. And we know all those. We know that the state apparatus are often used wrongly, and that we know that the government is always in wrong hands. And we know all those. Not only in South Africa, but in Africa in general. We know all those rhetorics. And we know that currently and mostly all African governments have been put on what we can call an autopilot mode, that governments are running themselves. That there are no succession plannings in political parties. That no one knows who will follow the other if the other one goes. And we know those are the problems that are facing the current African politics and their governance. And that politicians are not working in the best interest of the public benefits. And we know that. we know that we are failing. And yet, we know that politicians, African politicians, are still converging in conferences and meetings, in conventions, and talk about the Africa we want and the Africa we want to achieve. And we know they are sitting there. And those are the rhetorics. Those we know. But the question is, what are we doing about those rhetorics? Because they have always been there. Okay, how can we resolve the rhetorics? I know I normally end my presentation with questions, but this time I think I want to come up with 2 answers. How can we resolve those rhetorics? Because we know that African states' capacity are always weak when evaluated on the development principles that we think we know or we understand. Firstly, this is the way that I think we can resolve, but this one is a common one, that we require brave and moral upright individuals to stand up for what is generally believed to be right. Does this kind of a person exist in our society? People that are morally upright and who can stand for what they generally believe to be right. I don't know. The founding fathers of our so-called liberation, the Mandelas, the Kwame, the Kenyattas, and all those people, we believe that they were morally upright and they could stand for what they believe was right. And they were against anything that was unjust and regard it as crime against humanity. And we believe that their protest against Western principles was not because it was practiced against them by people of a particular racial group. We believe that they were protesting simply because it was unjust. I'm talking to you as academics, and I'm not sure if any one of you have ever seen this quotation from Napoleon Bonaparte. He once said, "The world suffers a lot, not because of the violence of the bad people, but because of the silence of the good people." Some of you might have seen this. You know, bad people cruise nice in public offices, in academic institutions, in political organizations, not because they should cruise nice, but because good people makes them to cruise nice. Political leadership is a core problem which is responsible for the suffering of many African public in general today. And because of that, we let bad people cruise nice, then we later complain. Because for us, as good people, is to complain. And for the bad people, is to continue creating chaos. And while all these ills are happening with the government setup, both members of the public, the working class, and politicians keep quiet for fear of limiting their political and professional careers. That's the problem that we face. Good people. That when things are bad, you see that, but this is not good. But for fear of political career limitation and professional career limitation, good people decide to keep quiet. Many talk about supporting their own children and whatever. Okay, it's good for you, not good for me. Hence, these good citizens, in actual fact, we can only, as Napoleon Bonaparte put it, you only put the blame on the good people, not the bad people. I think women will understand me better. You cannot. Okay, the last one now, because I only want to go to the second rhetoric, and then I conclude. I didn't want to come with 4 because the paper was too long. Dealing with intellectual deficiencies in government adversaries. You must remember, that each government has a set of intellectual community. And this intellectual community are supposedly experts, advisors in government services, and contributors of knowledge production, like you who have gathered here today. According to Makhatlane, these individuals are supposed to be a dominating social force in the production of knowledge, vital for development of the African society and its people and advising government better. They are a thread upon which the making and unmaking of future society are built. However, this role might not be objective if influenced by material interests of some intellectual delinquents within the government space today. I deliberately use the word delinquents because currently there is a mushrooming of intellectual idiotism in government, where the government censor the intellectuals who are giving objective opinions or advice to them and exclude them and only bring to them intellectuals who will tell them what they want to hear and collapse the state. And those intellectual idiots are not afraid of saying one thing today on TV, as political analysts, discrediting credible politicians, supporting the one who is a political idiot like them. And then if he goes down, they blame him. And again, they want to appear again and do the same, and the government still allows them. And then this intellectual idiotism continues and continues and continues and continues. And African government continues to be in a state of collapse. Within the current political landscape, roles played by intellectuals are rarely objective because most of them are influenced by material benefits associated with their advice and criticism. Edwards, 2015, noted that, or he wrote that, the intellectual and their perspective are a reason why African states are in difficulties and collapse. Because most of them mainly idealize wrong things, provide bad advices because of fear of politics of reprisal by own governments, hence compromising intellectual creativity and promoting what I call intellectual idiotism. So for government officials that are here, this paper was prepared a month ago. So I am not saying it because you are here. Yes, so take care of promoting intellectual idiots in government offices against intellectual credibility. Mr. Program Director, thank you very much. Take care of promoting intellectual idiots in government offices against intellectual credibility.
Thank you very much, Prof. You cannot add or subtract anything on this powerful presentation, except to highlight that Prof also mentioned that there is nothing, this has actually nothing to do with race, agenda of common unity. Thank you very much, Prof. Because of the issue of like being an African, the issue of race and semantics. And also Prof mentioned that our history as Africans is full of contradictions, as we see that we have different kinds of leaders. Some of the leaders are they took the government by force. Some are elected democratically, and all those things. And I also mentioned a very critical thing that even us, South Africa, because of our association, LibRICS, we get to actually look at ourselves outside, pushing and pursuing the African agenda. And the other thing that Prof also highlighted, key issue, or the issue of xenophobia, there are other countries, where it's even rife, but it didn't get the media attention that it got when things happen in South Africa. I mean, people have been killing one another in other countries in the name of, you are not from my country. So when Prof concluded, as you remember, he spoke about the issue here. There are rhetorics that could also be leading to an African agenda not being fulfilled, which are different rhetorics that I believe that sparked things in your brain as Prof was speaking, and also even how to resolve the rhetorics. And mention a term that I will never forget, the intellectual idiots, delinquents, idiotism. So it's something that I'm also taking home today, but it also mentioned the issue of silence of good people. We want to protect our bread, and we can't challenge the status quo. So this is open. I'm going to allow 2 rounds of 3 questions so that we can engage, question, or comment on what Prof said. Normally, people don't ask a lot of questions when Prof present, but take that risk. Let's see what kind of question you have. If we have a roaming mic, you are noted. I'm going to note very quickly, according to the hands I see, you are noted. You are also noted. This is the first 3 that I'm taking. So that we can engage. Banda, can you help me with the roaming mic? On what Prof said. Normally, people don't ask a lot of questions when Prof present, but take that risk. Let's see what kind of question you have.
Okay. Thanks very much, Director of Ceremonies. I would like.
I see you are noted. You are also noted. This is the first 3 that I'm taking.
I would like to congratulate the presenter, chair of this conference, especially for talking of very broad issues affecting the continent. I would like also to point out that the issue of Africa is pathetic. Pathetic in the sense that throughout its history, as already highlighted, we see Africa was not necessarily united even during the pre-colonial period. And eventually, we are seeing a situation where Africa was shared by many political powers who had different policies, others indirect rule, others assimilation rule. As time went, we are dealing with countries in Africa that were governed differently by foreign powers for about 70, 80, even others 100 years. Now already those were divisions, and then after independence, you find different political systems, military, as you point out rightly, and others were, dictators, and eventually even shifted to become multi-party democracies through foreign influence. But at country level, you find also the issue of tribalism, regionalism, and corruption, favoritism. All these things put together, we are talking of a culture which I think is a mixed bag. And with continuous, advice, and as well as these donors who are also coming up with different guidelines and even policies, we are dealing with a culture that I would describe as hybrid administrative culture, political culture, or governance culture, where Africans have their own values, they have their own concerns and all that, but these are also mixed with foreign political, social, economic infrastructure and advices. Now, put it together, you find that leadership in Africa is not united in terms of focus. When you check around, you will find that it is in Africa where leaders are even, stealing money.
I'm so sorry.
To their other, depositing outside the country. So in short, what I'm trying to say is, it's very, very difficult to have a common destiny, common understanding, and unite, because there are so many things that are, at play that are making it extremely difficult for people to have the common values. So it's a hybrid culture which is very complex. the solution, I haven't heard it, but I thought that one way could be to do a continent-wide research where we could gather information from the various continents, the 54 continents. Why is this agenda failing, and what can we do? If we can't, then we can't force, because it will not be possible to unite. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I didn't even get your name, but you mentioned the issue here, how pathetic issues in Africa are, and even the issue of foreign powers. But also, I know academics, we have a lot of knowledge. Let us not make presentations after a presentation. Can we please comment about this one to save time, and then we will attend your presentations so that we can continue and move quickly. But I really wish I could give you a platform to share. In fact, I think I'm going to have lunch with you today. The second one. Academics, we have a lot of knowledge. Let us not make presentations after a presentation. Can we please comment about this one to save time, and then we will attend. If you can introduce yourself also.
Thank you.
We can continue and move quickly. But I really wish I could give you a platform. Yeah, to share. In fact, I think I'm going to have lunch with you today.
Thabo
The second one.
Lucas Silike. I'm from the University of Botswana. His name is Louis Zimbiri, who just spoken. He's from Malawi. He's my former colleague
If you can introduce yourself
at
also.
the University of Botswana. Let me just thank Professor Sibola for the eloquent presentation, and then maybe comment on what Louis just said, because he categorizes with what I call intellectual. We are all here academics. Amongst us, there are also academic idiots. Academic idiots with respect to, at times, what we write, driven by our desire to push a particular agenda. Prof. Sibola, Agenda Africa 2063. This is how it's a comment, Fortune. Who is an African? From Nkrumahism to contemporary manifestations, a critical discourse analysis. He gave historical context and distortions thereof. But what I think is missing within the Prof's presentation has to do a lot with issues of governance and gangsterism, because those are one of the key issues that are emerging within our African leaders and from the political leadership that Africa has. Africa is infested with bad political leaders. Africa is now been infiltrated by gangsters, disguised as leaders. So this also leads to the issue of xenophobia and politics and leadership. Xenophobia is driven not by the local context, but pushed by those in political leaders, and ensure that we as Africans, we hate each other. I mean, in Botswana, where I come from, like Prof. Sibola said, we might seem to be as a beacon of democracy. We must be seen as the African darling, but that's now eroding because of another issue that has to deal with political leadership and monarchies, pseudo-democracy states operating as government purely duly elected. But those are one of the fundamental key issues that we also need to look into. Issues of ethics, issues, religious not so much.
Prof, I promise not to interrupt any academic speaking today. I'm going to keep quiet.
Okay, I'll pass it. I'll pass it on, because in my nature, when I talk, I never stop.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Prof, for a wonderful and thought-provoking presentation. My name is Dr. Amos Muyambo from the University of Botswana. I have two issues that I wanted you to comment or help us One is how can the diaspora Africans be involved in the intervention of the African agenda? And two, how can leadership, you pointed out leadership crisis, how can leadership be called to order? And how, as intellectuals and researchers, us be involved in changing and helping or bringing about and come together with politicians to change, because it seems we are just on the other side and then the political field is on the other side. A lot of researches have been done, good for intervention. How can that be bridged?
Okay, we took the three questions, then I'm going to allow Prof to respond to them. I think the first one was more of a comment, and the second one on the issues of gangsters in government. That's the second speaker there who mentioned the issues of governance that maybe could have been included. Maybe you'll also respond to that, Prof. And the third question, which is two questions, but the one that I could grab is how can leadership be called to order? And how can intellectuals be involved in changing the status quo of governance? I think the first one you also captured, Prof. I'm not sure if you will get a mic or you still come here to address them.
Thank you, Mr. DJ. I think Professor Zimberi did not ask a question. His comment was that he said what I have said in any way, and then his conclusion was that there is a need to conduct a worldwide research on African issues. And my question is not a question. I think he should have provided how he thought that worldwide research could be conducted, because worldwide research is normally conducted through funds. And then African governments are always lamenting the problem of funds, and then they will end up going to ask the Western power to do the research for them, and then they arrive at the same conclusion. I think that is how I am answering Professor Zimberi. Dr. Seleke, also on the issue of gangsterism leaders, you are going back to what we have said, that those are the rhetorics that we know, that those that do not make it to, those that did not get to be elected, get elected. Those who got elected do not get elected. Those are the rhetorics that we know. Good people, if elected, they don't get. But bad people, if not elected, they get into that position, because bad people are always said to be powerful in any way. We know there's gangsterism. Like we have said, I think it's just that you are using a different name. I use Tsotsi governance, mafia governance, and then you said gangster. Those are the rhetorics that we know. They are there. And there is nothing that we are doing as the people ourselves. And people must also understand that our electoral system, it's mainly populist. Remember, most of our African continents are composed of rural villages. Rural villages of mostly illiterate people who are only convinced through the populism theory that comes with other people. And when those people vote, they don't know the impact of vote in the first place. People at home, our mothers and our grandmothers, most of them, with regard to their illiterate level, when they vote, they don't really apply rationalism like we do, because literate people are are still not as we say they are in most African continents, because we are mainly rural. So these gangsters will not cease to exist as long as there is no, we have not improved literacy level. I don't know when it will happen. Okay? And then Dr. Miyambo, how can we call leadership to order? I'm going to avoid the diaspora. How can we call the leadership to order? That's a difficult question. I think maybe you are referring to academics. How can they call a leadership to order? We are all agreeing that there are few good people in our political leadership. Or maybe there are many good people, but I doubt if there are many. There are few good people in our political leadership. Many in our political leadership, as there is a general outcry, there is gangsterism. The likelihood is that we cannot be able to do that, especially as academics, because there are politicians everywhere in academia and in every sector that we have, that anything that you say is mostly censored. And then when things are censored like that, the likelihood is that there could be consequences to both either both political and academic careers or professional careers and so on. So many academics or free-spirited people are still afraid of calling the leadership to order. Like I have said, this leadership, often political leadership, they are some intellectuals that they prepare. And those are the kind of intellectuals that I've mentioned, so that I'm not going to mention that again. They prefer, and those intellectuals will help to deal with anyone who tries to call them to order. So how can the academia and political work together? This is a difficult question to talk in public. It's a question that I think it can be discussed between academics and politicians in a particular corner. Because if I have to tell you how can they work together, like I have said, the Democrats and the autocrats cannot work together. There is currently, I don't think, of course there are different academics, like I have said. Credible academics, I'm not sure if we are talking about credible academics or we are talking about those other ones that I mentioned that I should not mention in public. But if in this one, it is easy, like I think a chair of chairs has said yesterday that we need to tap. I know the chair of chairs is a bishop, and then I believe him when he says there is a need to tap, and then I believe that tapping is fine to tap from intellectual, so that we learn, we don't operate in silos. But in most cases, when politicians say that, it is not in good faith, because they prefer those that are not credible. So we can only work on base of credibility, because remember, academics, we believe that we are credible, and then we believe that we have independence to talk. When we talk, we are not afraid. But immediately, an academic starts not to be objective. And immediately, an academic is used to attack good policies and attack good policies in criticism, but support bad policies. Then you must know that there is something wrong. But the problem is that we have two kinds of academics: credible and compromised one. But if we are talking about credible one, then it's a good thing that academics need to sit down with the government, and then they discuss that, and then in that manner, academics can give objective and valuable advices to them on how to improve state affairs. Thank you.
For a second, I feel like a compromised one. I don't know why. Those on YouTube, please go to YouTube and check IPADA Conference. Please subscribe. I see we have a few number of subscribers. Please subscribe and please take the link and share, because I mean we are global now. People are watching us, so let us share this information so that we can deal with issues of governance. I'm going to take the last batch of questions, 3 questions quickly. First hand, I noted you. I'm so sorry, I noted those I could see first. Ne? We'll continue to engage with Prof. Prof just send me an SMS that those who want to engage him further, they should join him for lunch, and he will be able to clarify things. Yeah, it's the first one.
Good morning. I'm Lina from UNISA. My first comment is on good people who are quiet when bad leaders, it might be in academic or in politics, doing bad to other people, and good people are quiet. We have 2 kinds of people who are quiet. There's good people who are quiet because they fear to lose their jobs. We have another group of people who are flying monkeys of those narcissists who wants to occupy the positions, the leadership position next. Then the other issues is Africans. As South Africans, yes, we are different because we are too accommodative in Africa. We have embraced diversity. We have all races on earth within us in South Africa. And the power of diversity comes when all these races contribute. We become powerful. If we had good leaders in South Africa could be battling with the first world countries because of diversity and the great mind together. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I'm also taking home the term fly monkey. Fly monkeys. It's very interesting. And Prof, maybe also note the issue here, how the speaker just highlighted the fact that because we are a diverse country, that's power on its own to solve African problems. Prof.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you. Mike, thank you very much, Prof, for your presentation. I just want to relate to your presentation in a place where you were talking about the goods that are exported by Africans to the other countries that have got low values or whatever, but I just want to relate that from the economics point of view, we call that one economic complexity. And our African countries are really exporting raw products, which is making us now buy those things back after they are processed by the world. And then at a higher price. And that is where we are also losing as a country. Just a suggestion, Prof, also in your future presentations, in your IPADA conferences, please tap to the papers that are presented also in the conferences, because we have contributed also, and we would love to see our names in your quotations in future. Thank you.
Thank you. My brother was trying to call me. I'm dealing with issues of economic complexities here. You must call me later. Thank you very much for the input, Prof. The third input, the question?
Thank you so much. Prof, thank you very much for a thought-provoking presentation. My colleagues and I were taking notes, so it was not wasted. I'm speaking as a public representative whose job is to conduct oversight over members of the executive, and I couldn't help but nod furiously at every slide that you presented. Our observation is that the oppressed has now become the oppressor. So if you look at the modus operandi of the colonizers, they plundered the continent for self-enrichment. We're seeing our leaders now plundering the continent for self-enrichment. The colonizer abused the people for personal gain. Our leaders are doing the same. And it begs the question, where are the leaders who were once willing to pay with their blood for the liberation of people? When activism was not sexy, it was not popular, you literally could die for your cause. Where are they now? And it pains me to say, some of them are still around, they're in office, and they become the subject of newspaper headlines for malfeasance, graft, theft, delinquency, and all manner of debaucherous behavior. The same ones who were willing to pay with their blood are now the bloodsuckers, drinking the blood of their people. And it makes me ask the question, where did we go wrong? If we don't find the answer, we are going to perpetuate the problem. The next generation of leaders are waiting in line saying, it's my turn to eat. So is it a problem of inculturation that we're not giving our young people values, and that perhaps is something that starts in the home to say, we don't value bling bling, we value human lives? Is it a problem of how we're teaching our kids at home? Is it a problem of the syllabus, the education system, where we're not teaching the kind of Africanism that you speak of? Where are we going wrong? Because if we don't find that cause, we're going to replicate, and the next future, our children and their children are going to do much worse to us than our current leaders. Thank you.
Debaucherous behavior. We must really check that out. I'm also noting issue here, maybe we're not doing enough grassroots level. When was the last time we had real talks with our kids, our grandkids? Because they are the future. Have we started shaping them to be the ones carrying on with this? Prof, please comment and also close this session. Nam God, thank you. Oh, sorry, before I go, those with Facebook accounts, please search for IPADA Conference, subscribe, comment, share it, because we want people to know that we are not intellectual idiots here. We are doing something. Please, and another thing, make sure every day you sign. If ukaya ko rumung or ko hoteleng usa sign, then something that you are doing, you are delaying the African development. You must please sign. There's always this register that you must sign. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Program Director. I think there are only two questions, and no, there are not three questions in actual fact. It's only one. I think Msiza made a comment, and then I take note of that comment. Thank you. I know. And then Professor Nganywa was explaining economics, and I'm dumb when it comes to economics and it's numbers, but not its theories. So the important thing is that she said I must try to cite local authors, especially those that published in the IPADA publications. That is noted, Prof, and I'll do that. Honorable Ali, thank you. I think I'm pronouncing your name. I would say Honorable Ali because I see there are many there. The other one I can't read. Thank you very much for the comment. It's clear. The oppressor become the oppressed become the oppressor, and then what has gone wrong with us now? Because it is very clear that by the rate at which we are moving now as politicians, our future generation is learning from what we are carrying out as a generation. And I am not going to analyze, because I'm not a political scientist, to analyze different phases of our South African or African politics. But what has been clear is that only few good politicians have been able to make it to the political space. The majority of politicians that are in the political space, maybe 90, 80% of them are gangsters. And the 20% that is not there cannot be able to fight 80% of the gangsters. You may try. I watched the portfolio committee on higher education. This chairperson sometimes, when it is a neutral matter, you will see that the chair is neutral. But when the matter has to do with someone the chair respects, and then the chair becomes a little bit in the middle, you don't know whether it's neutral or not, because the person who's accounting here is my senior outside, and then it becomes difficult. So that is the situation that we are in now. I think at some stage, our former president, Thabo Mbeki, mentioned that the biggest movement, which is now no longer the biggest movement in the country, he said it is no longer it. It has been hijacked by the people that they don't know. And surely it is like that. I'm not analyzing the politics, but I would say that in most countries now, we have African countries, we have reached, including South Africa, we have reached a situation where our government are on autopilot. You might have a good president, but a good president who's leading with 80% of bad people is the same as if bad people are leading. So that, I think, that's the way it has gone wrong. There's a serious moral decay in our political space, with the political office having a majority of gangsters than politicians. I think I should close it there before I am censored. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, colleagues. Thank you. You must tell people to go to the session. It can't be me.
It's time for sessions now. Let's go learn. Let's go build one another. Let's be free as presenters. Some of us, we don't even know what we are going to present. We don't even know what you're talking about. But we're going to actually present them really bold. So don't be afraid. Let's go have fun. Thank you very much.
Okay, good morning, colleagues. Colleagues, time is against us and time is money. I know we have our colleagues from the legislature here. When it comes to time, productivity, performance, they are the custodians, so we can't expose ourselves to them. So can we try to manage time? My name is Bongseni Ngamo. I'll be facilitating this session, but they are saying here I'm the session chair. My name is Bongseni Ngamo. Well, I don't like titles. I'm Ngamo from the University of South Africa. Colleagues, it's just a small change or amendment to our program. We have a request from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and they are going to start. Colleagues, we have only 50 minutes to present and 5 minutes to provide comments and inputs. Colleagues, this conference, I want to make sure that we are not here to destroy each other. We are here to develop each other. So your comments, your input must be constructive, must be developmental. I know you drink, sometimes you smoke theory or theories, design and methodologies, but here, please, colleagues, if you see there are serious gaps, just approach that scholar, whether emerging, and guide or mentor him or her, but not to expose him here, colleagues. I think we are all clear. Yes. So, colleagues, may I invite my esteemed scholar, Mahlori and A.T. Malapana. They are going to share an interesting and fascinating and topical topic focusing on the revitalization of the township economy. My esteemed colleagues, may you come for?
No, thank you very much, colleagues, honorable members who are here as well. Myself and my colleague Mika Teko, we have been working on a paper, still working a paper on the revitalization of the economy of Gauteng. We are looking at the distribution center and spaza shops. So my colleague will be the one actually leading the presentation. I did my own yesterday. So this one is for her to take us through it. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good morning. Hello? Is it working? Okay, thank you. As already highlighted, I'm from the Gauteng Provincial Legislature, and I'll be doing the presentation. Maybe what he left out is to say, I'll be doing the presentation, he'll be answering the questions. But that's fine. So that's our topic, revitalizing the township economy through the support of distribution centers and spaza shops. So we'll be looking at the challenges and opportunities. That will be my presentation outline there. I won't go through it much. I'll go straight to the introduction. In terms of the introduction, township economies do play a crucial role in promoting employment generation, poverty alleviation, as well as economic growth. And they are estimated to contribute approximately 70% of total employment in South Africa. However, the Gauteng government aims to increase that contribution to 30%. And in terms of what is or what township economies consist of, it's mainly a network of businesses and markets located within township areas. And amongst these, spaza shops are main key players. However, there are significant challenges that they face, and some of those include inconsistent supply chain, high transportation costs, as well as limited access to funding. So the Gauteng government has introduced DCs, that is distribution centers, as a support mechanism to improve stock availability, reduce operational costs, and also enhance the overall efficiency. Also noting that there is limited empirical research on how the distributions do actually contribute or strengthen the spaza shops, thus revitalizing the township economy. Therefore, our study, or this study, seeks to fill the gap by exploring the roles, effectiveness, and challenges of DCs in supporting spaza shops. The aim of the paper is to examine the role of distribution centers in supporting spaza shops as a strategy of revitalizing the township economy. And the objectives include to explore the support provided to distribution centers by the Gauteng provincial government, identifying challenges and opportunities facing distribution centers and spaza shops in townships, and to assess how distribution centers enhance the operations, efficiencies, as well as competitiveness of spaza shops. In terms of the literature review, I'll just touch on some of the issues. And amongst the issues that are there, it's the significance of township economies. They are known to serve as key drivers in terms of poverty alleviation and entrepreneurship development and community empowerment. And on the issue of spaza shops in township economies, they are also known to contribute to local economic development and reduction of poverty, as well as promoting circulation of money within communities. Various challenges are there within the literature, and amongst others, it's inadequate management skills, insufficient handling of financial records within the spaza shops, as well as inadequate infrastructure. And in terms of the role of DCs, they are introduced as a strategic intervention to improve stock availability, enhance competitiveness, as well as reducing some of the operational costs that are there. Still on the literature review, government interventions are there. Efficiency is another issue, but they are there, and the latest one is the one that seeks to reduce costs and cut red tape associated with business licensing. And this is mainly aimed or geared at unlocking the potential of small businesses. And then the gaps, I spoke to that to say there seem to be limited information in terms of the empirical support on how DCs contribute. There's also lack of integrated analysis linking the resource access, supply chain efficiency, and also stakeholder collaboration. The theoretical framework, the study draws on 3 theories, and it might look as a lot, but when we feel that they are complementary and they are relevant in terms of providing a multidimensional perspective. So the 3 theories is the resource-based view theory, wherein the access to resources such as stock, funding, and training through DCs improves the competitiveness of spaza shops. The stakeholder theory is mainly on the importance of collaboration between DC owners, spaza shops, the department, and also the various associations. Lastly, the supply chain management theory explains how efficiency supply chains enabled by DCs improve operational performance. The theories are relevant because we feel that the study examines economic impact, business sustainability, as well as stakeholder interactions. So these dimensions are a bit broad, and it might be a bit difficult to capture this in a single theoretical lens. So we feel that the three theories complement each other, and they provide a robust foundation in terms of analyzing the role of DCs in revitalizing township economies. In terms of the methodology, it is a qualitative approach wherein case study of DCs and spaza shops, it's considered, though the target group being DC owners and managers. A sampling method has been used wherein DC owners and managers has been purposively selected. Convenience sampling was considered wherein association chairperson and spaza shop owners were within the proximity, and the DC managers recommended that. In terms of the sample size, the participants were 25, and data saturation was used as a determining factor. So there was a point wherein the information was just the same. Semi-structured interviews were used, as well as document analysis, and the data was analyzed in according to themes, so thematic analysis. Some of the themes, the first one is the supportive role of DCs, challenges encountered within the township retailers were addressed through, or were addressed through the DCs, and amongst them are supply chain constraints. And it also lowers some of the costs because spaza shops can do bulk buying as well as transportation costs. On the theme of capacity building and business support, there is training that is provided, as well as some advisory services. Also, spaza shops do benefit from the inventory management and credit facilities that are provided in some, and the department is involved. However, we noted that the involvement is a bit varied, so it's not equal throughout. And that might unintentionally widen the gap of inequality, because the spaza shops do not benefit equally. On the economic impact, we noted that there is some job creation, so jobs are created, though that also varied, and that varies within the different DCs and spaza shops, and there is also money circulation within the townships. Under partnership and collaboration, the DC model do facilitate partnerships, and the representatives thereof, you'll find that in an association, there are more than 100 members. However, not all of them are active, but they are there, and they do benefit the majority. Something that's a bit controversial, not controversial as such, but the primary focus of this DC is solely on spaza, South African spaza shops. And that is solely to deal with the issue that is always there to say there is competition between locals and foreign owned shops. So this was mainly to capacitate South African spaza shops. The provision of support to local value chains, wherein there are linkages that are provided within local producers as well as manufacturers. Challenges, I spoke to those. Maybe one of the challenges that I want to highlight is the long-term potential threat of struggling sustainability challenges, because the operational costs of this disease are a bit high. So there might be challenges in terms of sustainability. Moving on to the conclusion, the study found that diseases do play a crucial role in supporting spaza shops because there is improvement in terms of supply chain efficiency, lowering costs, as well as providing business support. There's also strengthening of local value chains, which helps spazas to be more competitive and thus helping township economies to grow. So the empowerment, when spaza shops are empowered, it does contribute to sustainability and competitiveness of the township economy. However, there are challenges, hence there are recommendations that are made, and amongst them is for DCs to diversify product offerings and build partnerships with more suppliers to meet the varying consumer needs, as well as the provision of regular capacity building and training in financial literacy and digital tools. There is a need for additional microfinance options to be introduced to help spaza shops and DCs to sustain their operations. Improved collaboration is crucial between the government, private sector, and local associations to strengthen the operations of DCs so that the sustainability or the challenge of sustainability can be attained. The government should also foster the development of sustainable township business models. And amongst those, there's a need for improved dissemination of relevant information on the available support services that are there, because for some, that is a challenge. Thank you, Chair. Inkomo, I hope.
Colleagues, this was an excellent presentation. I feel like a born-again Christian today. When you attend these events, academic events, you must come out someone said, no, I've learned something new, I didn't know. So colleagues, any comments, inputs? I can see my boss there. Yes, Professor Hlongwane. Yes, number 2, so in that order. Yes, number 3, thank you very much. And number 4, number 5. Colleagues, can you try by all means to be lucid and concise? Okay. May I start this side, colleagues?
No, thank you so much for such a wonderful presentation. I want to ask, revitalizing the township economy through the support of distribution center and spaza shops, challenges and opportunities. So you categorize spaza shop as part of the township economy, right? I'm not sure if this is a study that has already been done or completed, but have you by any chance tried to problematize the term township economy and its implication on the growth of that sector? Because I feel like the term township economy is problematic, because the moment we categorize economies as this one is the formal, this one is the informal, this one now is the township economy, we separating it from the mainstream economy, whereas the DCs are part of the formal economy. But these township economies are participating with the DCs, but we don't want them to be part of the formal economy. They should remain the township economy. I feel that that has problem and implications on the perceptions we have on a particular sector of the economy influence the support we give to it. Because if it's formal, then the government puts more effort on it. If it's township, then we relegate it to being some kind of apartheid segregation thing where we segregate or categorize our economies depending on the location. So in other words, when we are celebrating township economy, we celebrating the legacy of the apartheid that is segregated us according to our locations, hence township economy. That's my contribution. Thank you.
Thanks. I've got 5 questions, but I'm going to run out of time, so I'm going to forward the others to you. So just in terms of, the study focuses on Gauteng, but government's ambitions are national. How scalable is the model across other provinces with different township dynamics, and what adaptations would be needed for this successful replication beyond Gauteng? And just in terms of the literature and findings point to persistent challenges such as transport, infrastructure, deficits, costs, etc., and weak financial record keeping. How should policy address these systemic barriers in parallel with distribution centers' support to ensure the model does not simply mask deeper inefficiencies? Thanks.
Yeah, thank you, Speaker, for the wonderful presentation. Look, for me, when you talk about revitalizing the township economy and supporting spaza shops, I thought maybe you were going to kind of reflect on the issues of regulations and also enforcement. Because you'd be aware that by now, more especially in the Gauteng area, there were complaints in terms of non-compliance with regulations and lack of enforcement by the law enforcement officers and inspectors and so on. So, because one wouldn't say you are empowering these spaza shops and distribution centers if they are not compliant, if they don't, if there's no compliance. So one would need to consider the aspect of yes, yes. So I thought maybe there would be kind of a reflection. So I also wanted to gauge as to what is your view when it comes to that, so that when these people, these distribution centers are empowered, also understand the aspects of regulations, and so that when these products, when the distribution centers as well, they supply the products to these spaza shops, the supply goods that are not expired. As you would be aware that in some instances there were reports wherein spaza shops supplied expired goods to communities or their customers. So I think that's one thing that perhaps you can reflect on and in your response. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Professor Hlongwane. Madam Speaker, over to you. Oh, okay. Sir, can you just give this gentleman? Yes. And, okay.
Thank you so much, Speaker. You brought up a very interesting story that is linking to part of the work I've been working on. I think this is going to be just, I need to learn something from you. I'm glad you spoke about the township economy. It's very important, especially for local economic development. And from my experience, I realized that most of the small businesses are failing because they don't have enough knowledge, especially if they want to access micro loans and all these things. And my question is, from your studies, have you ever tried to find out why some of the interventions from the maybe small Department of Small Businesses are not even implemented on the ground, also to enhance competitiveness? And also, did you even come across some of maybe the activities, maybe from the municipalities, where they are even trying to promote these small businesses in these townships? Thank you so much.
Okay. Madam, the gentleman has been covered. You can respond to their questions.
Okay, he'll go first and then I'll do the rest.
Now, thank you very much for this interest in our study. It's actually pleasing to know that people are interested in what we are doing. So I'll just respond broadly in terms of the questions that have been asked, not being specific, and then my colleague who was the presenter, she will respond directly or specific on certain issues. So my first one actually in terms of your question on the term township economy, it has been problematized through the Township Economic Development Act in Gauteng, which is currently there. You can just Google it, best you can able to find it. However, the committee and the department in Gauteng, they felt like it's still not enough the way it has been captured. So that's why the act is currently under review, in which the members of the legislature who are sitting here, they are still going to be dealing with such issues to deal on deliberating and explaining what exactly do they mean by the township economy and what do they want to achieve in terms of revitalizing it. However, the DCs, when we deal about the DCs in terms of supporting the spaza shops, the DCs that we are dealing with, they are still in the informal economy. What the Gauteng department did, or Gauteng government did, is that there was these convenience shops that were part of the franchise with Pick and Pay. And then at the time, they were meant to develop township stores within Gauteng, such as in Soweto, Thokoza, Mamelodi, and many other areas. Then that partnership with Pick and Pay failed. And Gauteng said, no, in terms of just leaving these shops die a natural death, let's revive them and see whether can we develop a model in which they can be able to be sustainable. In that way, they introduced this method or this model of a township, of a distribution center, which is still a trial and error. This is respond also to honorable member to say the model is still a trial and error. It has its own issues that still need to be resolved, because while we are working towards the issue of formalization of the model. And then the model has been implemented through partnerships with some businesses, big businesses or formalized businesses. What Gauteng government does each and every financial year, beginning of the financial year, they invite partnerships to say, oh, you are in business, Prof. You have been operating for years. We want to partner with you, and then you can be able to come to us and tell us how can you develop the economy of Gauteng. Then you, Prof, you'll come and introduce a model that you think that will work to develop the township economy. In that way, the department will be able to implement that model through you to support those that are aspiring to become business owners. Similar in that trade, with regards to municipalities, it is defined within the Act that municipalities are part of the key stakeholders in order to work on issues of regulations, Prof. Tlongwane, issues of regulations, because you cannot able to fund sponsor jobs if they are not properly regulated. So through those partnerships, we ensure that they are regulated before they can be funded. One of those controversial partnerships, it was Member Ali's favorite one, the Kasi Umnoto, implemented through Family Tree. Before they fund the sponsorship, they have to take them through a formalization process so that they can be properly regulated and funded. Because that partnership has been funded by Gauteng. Gauteng contributed around 50 million, and then the partner, which is Family Tree, raised another 50 million through APSA, so that they can match that 50 million and it becomes 50 million. So, banks, they can fund, businesses that are not regulated. So in that way, they take them through processes of compliance. Over to you, because I know I can take the whole day. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. Interestingly, okay, thanks, is that the way my colleague responded, it shows that we are working on this together. Those are some of the responses that I wanted to give, particularly on TIDA. We call it TIDA, the Township Economic Development Act, to say this is why our interest was sparked. And because the distribution centers, it's a pilot project in terms of that. So naturally, there will be a lot of constraints or challenges, and as we work throughout the paper, that will be there. The issue of capacity constraints, that is a big issue actually in terms of enforcement. To say capacity, it's not enough, even if there are policies there, but capacity is a huge challenge. So, yeah, I think the way he responded, those are some of the issues that I wanted to indicate. The issue of collaboration between municipalities and the provincial industries. Thanks, Chair, I think. I'm not sure if there's something that was left out. Okay, overlines, thanks.
Colleagues, may we give our speaker a round of applause. Thank you very much. Prof. Nganya, there are just a few things I want to highlight here. Colleagues, can I clarify something here? There's only one alpha and omega here, it's me. So confrontations, no, it's not allowed, colleagues. If you want to say something, direct that into, we can even write a paper. But, we need to respect each other. One of our core values here. Yes, there's only one Madam Speaker, I'm telling you, and I'm dramatic. Okay, colleagues, can I just few comments regarding this presentation? It was a wonderful presentation, but you can see when a practitioner is presenting. That's why I will always encourage, in these conferences, that if you see this is a practitioner, just get his or her contact details so that you can collaborate. Such studies are, even though they are qualitative, but you'll need a conceptual framework and a theoretical framework, because knowledge is not a virgin. There are people who have written and published around township economy. It has been theorized, conceptualized. And I think the issue of propositions, when you write recommendations, recommendation or conclusions or major highlights, we want to see propositions there. That this variable A, that's why the gentleman asked about township economy. Once it was, variable A, influence, variable B. Then quantitative researchers now can extend it to another level, And another thing, to use these softwares, Atlas TI, NVivo, and other, it assists, even though it's qualitative, you can just show some themes, some patterns, some trends, those relationships, But colleagues, I'm just promoting collaborations between practitioners and
and academics, because you'll find academics, as academics, we publish something we don't know because some of us never work in government. When you talk about an IDP, you'll think each and every what is an IDP. Colleagues, may I invite my esteemed Professor Nganywa is going to share to us wonderful stories about entrepreneurship theory. Over to you, Professor Nganywa. Thank you very much, colleagues. Professor Nganywa, 15 minutes or less.
Good morning, colleagues. Thank you. My time starts now, ne? Prof. Thank you, Prof. Today, colleagues, I am sharing with you public sector employees enriched with entrepreneurship skills to boost sustainable economic growth. What is very important is that our public sector employees need to adopt entrepreneurial skills in whatever they are doing and in all levels, because it has been proved that entrepreneurial mindset plays a crucial role in economic growth. However, you will find out that efficiency in terms of our public sector employees is not happening well, highlighting the need for further research. Hence, we saw a gap in this paper, and then we wrote about this paper to indicate, develop effective policies that public sector employees can contribute to the economy. Because public sector employees, they provide job security. Public sector provides job security, and there are reliable benefits. For instance, if you are working for government, there is a housing subsidy, medical aid, all such benefits. So the job is secured. But there are bureaucratic limitations, there's restricted funding, there are political influences when people are being employed, and all these, they affect the hiring practices and employee morale. And if our institutions can be effective, it's when we have a skilled workforce whereby we invest on human capital development. And we can do that through specialized training and ongoing professional development. And we need a capable workforce that can drive innovation and productivity in whatever we do in the public sector. And currently, there is a gap in our performance. Hence now, this paper explores the effects of upskilling public sector workers with entrepreneurial skills on economic growth. We want to check if we can empower them with entrepreneurial skills, if they can improve. And how, in this paper, we're going to demonstrate how the entrepreneurial skills can ensure that our economy is growing through the public sector. So, just below that, in the bottom of that slide, we're explaining what we mean by entrepreneurial skills. Once you say you are providing entrepreneurial skills, it means there must be innovation. There must be creative thinking in what we are doing. And there must be also cost effectiveness. Then there's an entrepreneurial mindset there. So literature has been done in this paper. There's theoretical literature, and this paper is based on the endogenous growth theory, where it is explained that investing in human capital, especially on programs on educating, that is education, training people, and also skill development, especially the skill that we are focusing here is an entrepreneurial skill of innovation, then that is crucial for fostering innovation and hence productivity, which can ultimately lead to sustainable economic growth. So that sentence, but it is well explained in the paper, but here we have just summarized on how that theory links to this study. And then empirical literature has been done intensively, because we have found some studies that examine how public sector employment can delve into government policies designed to empower workers, and how these policies impact economic stability and social welfare. And if immediately we talk about social welfare, it means now we are moving even further than economic growth. We are going economic development. Government policies, labor, resource allocation, mobility. I know government, people at government are very much afraid of mobility. And you'll see in the findings how we unpack that. Wage flexibility, job matching. Those things have been scrutinized in the empirical literature, and it is also been scrutinized that an efficient labor market enhances productivities, and that fosters innovation and facilitates economic growth. Investing in public sector employment presents a strategic avenue for government to enhance skills. And every time I say skills, this paper focuses on entrepreneurial skills. Because if we can have universities that are managed entrepreneurially, if we can have, and remember what entrepreneurial means creative thinking, innovation, and also cost effectiveness in this context. Then we build capacity within the public sector through training programs, mentorship opportunities, and professional development initiatives. There is some literature that has been also unpacked here that a skilled public force is more adept at managing resources, optimizing processes, and enacting policies that can drive economic growth. Then the methodology that is used to unpack this paper is an econometric quantitative methodology, whereby we have got that model that has been tested in this paper. If I can explain what that model is, it is because the paper wants to check if public sector employment can affect economic growth. Therefore, economic growth is our Y variable, which is a function of public sector employment tailored with entrepreneurial skills and government expenditure. Government expenditure is used as a control variable here. We have used quarterly secondary time series data, which is an econometric methodology sourced from the South African Reserve Bank for the period from 1960 to 2024. And then we have used for the analysis the autoregressive distributive lag, where in this one we check the bounds test, the F statistics, and this bounds test is measuring a long-term relationship, which is called in economics co-integration. And once we find out that there is co-integration, then it means in this relationship there is a long-run relationship. Then we try to unpack our model. And furthermore, we have done the tests in this paper, because for you to utilize the autoregressive distributive lag, you need to also test for pre-test like stationarity. All those things have been done, because once we see, especially if the series is short, but this one is also not long, it's also a long series from 1960 to 2024. Then the results of this study. So if you see here, there's a table on the left-hand side. The table there is indicating our dependent variable as economic growth. And from our F-bounds test, we have found that we have got a test statistic value of 186.2, which is higher than the 5 we see below there, which is at 1%. If you can see a row that is at 1%, which has got that 5, then 186 is far way higher, meaning that when I interpret these results, it shows there is a co-integration. There is co-integration, and when there is co-integration, it means there is a long-run relationship that is very much trusted. And when you look at the estimates in the table below, you will see that the public sector employment has got a probability of 0, meaning that that thing is significant at 1%. Now, if you look at the numbers, I'm done with the numbers, look at what these numbers mean. It means now we need a well-functioning public sector which can substantially influence economic growth, catalyzing improved economic outcomes. That's what this model is interpreted as. And these interpretations are being aligned with the previous literature review that has been done previously, and also the theories. The effectiveness of well-trained public sector workforce extends beyond mere employment figures, because we are building capacity here. Government can better align their operational capabilities with economic stability and growth goals by ensuring public sector employees have necessary skills and knowledge. Remember, our X variable there was public sector employment, which is linked to entrepreneurial skills when we take it from the South African Reserve Bank. So these results align with the principles of our chosen theory, which is endogenous growth theory, which posits that investments in human capital, innovation, and knowledge creation play a crucial role in fostering economic growth. In conclusion, this relationship between government employment or public sector employees or employment and economic growth has been found to be very crucial. And there are positive and significant effects of public sector employment, as our aim wanted to check what are these effects. They are positive and significant, as we have seen from our previous results. And this indicates that innovative strategies that lead to sustainable development and improve economic outcomes. The stability of the public sector employment not only boosts consumer confidence and spending, because when we talk about consumer spending now, we mean if people are secured in their job, they stand a good chance now to be active economically and buy things like houses, cars, and all those things. And those things make them economic participation to increase. That boost their consumer confidence and spending. But it also plays a crucial role in reducing unemployment. Because colleagues, once now our public sector is not working entrepreneurially, what usually happens is that people occupy jobs, and then in these jobs, they are just there, not being innovative, now they want, and then we end up having these cuts now of employment. So we need to do something, we will see in the recommendations. Equipping public sector employees with entrepreneurial skills enhance their effectiveness, leading to a better service delivery, improve the operational efficiency, and increase the innovation. We need to do something. This empowerment not only elevates the performance of public sector, but also boosts overall economic productivity. A well-functioning public sector ensures that citizens have access to services that they need, which is fundamental for both individual well-being and community engagement. So here are the recommendations. that we need to train and upskill our public sector and ensure that we skill them with relevant skills. We encourage innovation. We embrace technology, colleagues, so that it makes us cost effective and also efficient. And then there is a suggestion that piloting and innovative public sector policies around the world can also help us, because we need to increase employee productivity. We need to foster a collaborative socio-economic environment where we create continuous dialogues among stakeholders, where we include government, business leaders, we have community representatives, because whatever we do in our jobs, we need to know why we are doing it and what are we really servicing. We need to monitor and measure outcomes, because most of the people in public sector, they just come to work and there is no monitoring and there is no evaluation of whether they are performing well in their jobs. That one, establish clear metrics to assess the impact of changes in public sector employment on economic productivity. This could involve regular surveys, economic indicators, performance reviews, performance agreements from our jobs and all those things. Then lastly, utilize feedback mechanisms that allow employees to voice their concerns and suggesting regarding collaborative practices, ensure a transparent and adaptive policy framework. Thank you.
Good morning again, colleagues. You know, I'm impressed, Professor Nganyo, and I'm impressed, but
let us wait, give the participant or delegates time to join. Maybe until 2:15, then otherwise we'll have to nominate a person who will facilitate the session. If, in case Dr. Meko is not around. And we will have to.
You have shown leadership. So therefore we bestow on you chair. If because I'm presenting, so there will be a conflict of interest.
You are presenting here?
Yes.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, yeah, so there will be a conflict of interest.
No,
oh, okay. No problem.
Are you the first one? Yes, you can. Yesterday, so
when it comes to take over.
I don't think you will come. If it's not there, I don't think, because we need to start, 2 minutes to go until 2:15. So in the interest of time, and let's perhaps first check who's here and who's not. Mabuta is here, and we have Shama is here, and Sazura. Okay, so we are here, and Papu is here, Mfuni, and Chapusuka. They're here. So we are not here. And Nganywa and Koleka. Is it Mkongwana as well? Not here.
This one.
Randa. Oh, Randa. I don't know first name, those are Randa. So, and then Moko. Moko, do you have okay, from Motosu, not here? And Mulungwa. Not here. That will go for Takapi, right? Yeah, well, I don't know. And the Dube is here. And MD Mfune. Not here. Well, I can conclude our sessions much more in 1, 2, 3, 4. Let's go. Prof, I was worried when I saw that you are collaborating with some people here who are not here and you are not here. I was already traumatized.
No, she's coming.
Perfect. Perfect. Perfect.
Prof, I asked for maybe another cable, I'm not sure. I asked the lady to call upon.
Or the IT guys. Please, if they can come in because they will come and attend to it.
Now we are live. Now the world can see.
Yeah, we want to first correct the issue.
Yeah, I know. I'm just saying.
Oh, they can start talking. It's live. Yes, sir.
For projection.
We can do this.
No, I'm asking that does they present
then you are free to take a position. Colleagues, we want in advance, everything will be live streamed. So we do not want you to say that we do not want you. When they say you do not represent us well, when they phone from home, they say you do not do so well. So, yes, I want you. Remember yesterday I wanted. I did, but you guys maybe you forget when you go on to check.
No, it's just the laptop is small. It's a bit smaller too, so you put on a long cable. Because that's too fresh. Yeah.
Well, I'll facilitate then from this position because now I can't move around.
All right, thank you so much.
Okay, no, I want to set ground rules.
Okay, all right.
So that you don't say you are disadvantaged.
Okay, thank you.
Colleagues, good afternoon, and welcome to this. Let's try to close it down. And welcome to this session. I'm standing in for Dr. Onego. First, it appears Dr. Onego from the University of Ghana is not here to facilitate this specific session. And therefore, the process that I should facilitate this session. Colleagues, we are going to therefore allow each presenter just a maximum of 15 minutes, after which then we will expect you to conclude your presentation. And then we will have 5 or so minutes for deliberations, that's question and answers. So, having said that, Dr. Musazura, I will give you 15 minutes to go through, take us through your presentation, after which we are going to engage you.
Okay.
Thank you very much for 15 minutes, that's right now.
All right, thank you so much, Chairman. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is William Sazora, as he introduced. I'm going to introduce and to present on a topic about building resilience for waste recycling SMMEs through public-private partnerships approach. So the challenge that you are having in South Africa is a waste management system. It follows like a linear flow waste management approach. It's not sustainable. If you look at it, about 10% of the waste generated is recycled, and the rest of 90% is going to the landfills. This is also a potential amount of waste that could be used for economic activities, meaning that this is the money that is also lost into the landfills. And if you look at the same time, also 60% of all the landfills in South Africa are compliant with the environmental management policies. So if you look at that, this shows that there is a lot of pollution taking place just because of discharging waste in the landfills. And for those that are compliant, the 30% of them, if you look at it, they need also good management, which also strengthen local municipalities in investing in a lot of money in managing these landfills. And also at the same time, if you look at that, there are challenges municipalities that are facing. Much of the waste is entering the landfills, airspace is filling up at a faster rate. So there is also a problem emerging in terms of should they be able to, how do they extend the landfill lifespan? Because decommissioning and commissioning new landfill is very expensive. So we need to now rethink the way we think about the waste management approach. We need to move away from the linear system approach to a circular closed loop approach where we regard waste as resources. This is very important for economic development. We know that there's a lot of income that can be generated from waste. And also from the studies that is done, there's been shown also like by Godfrey in 2017 that around 872 million rands was paid for waste pickers alone in 2017, showing this potential for economic development. And also, the circular economy approaches also create a cleaner environment. We are also crying with the public health issues. So if you are to divert waste from landfills, we are creating also a cleaner environment. And also this has financial impacts on the municipalities that amounts that are going to also to use for waste management is going to be saved. And also at the same time, these are money for commissioning and decommissioning. If we go a zero landfill approach, it's not going to be wasted by the local municipalities. Why is this of the great importance? The circular economy is of great importance. If you look at the national development goals, it aligns with the several ambitious national sustainable development goals by the United Nations. And also, if you look at the National Development Plan 2030 in South Africa, they need also to come up with activities that is going to boost the economy and create employment. We all know that employment is one of the major challenges that South Africa is facing, and also at the same time, the government also needs to transition to a low-carbon economy. This also along with the various environmental legislation and strategies that are available in South Africa. The National Environmental Management Act, the National Environmental Management Strategy of 2030, that was also looking at leveraging waste recycling as an approach to create economic development. And also this also allowing with the Green Economy Accord of 20, especially the commitment number 5 that is focusing on waste recycling and reuse, and committing number 5, economic development and green economy. And also with the African Union Continental Circular Economy Action Plan. So what is the challenge? Transition to a circular economy is not just an easy game. We need the enabling policy environment. We need also good funding structures. We need also good business models that are going also to succeed. We need participation of the public, participation of different actors across the waste value chain, from the private sector, households, waste pickers, and whoever. But how can we do that? We also have the small, medium SMMEs as crucial actors within the waste recycling. These guys, they play a pivotal role across the waste value chain, especially in terms of waste collection management. But now, what is their challenge? These guys, already they are facing some constraints. If you look at it at the moment, 90% of the waste is not being recycled, showing that they are also facing some challenges. So also at the same time, if you look at that, they are susceptible to external pressures. If you look at during the COVID-19, all the waste recycling activities were shut down just because there was no economic activity taking place. Some companies survived, other companies couldn't even survive. And also this shows that also this sector is not also resilient. It is not only to COVID-19, but if you look right now, we are crying with floods. Go to KwaZulu-Natal, there's a lot of floods taking place, also destroying infrastructure, destroying economic activities. And also, if you look at that, also the waste recycling sector also is faced challenges with competition. If you look at the other products that are from the linear economy, from the conventional linear economy, are cheaper than the products that are going to come from the circular economy. This makes this approach less competitive. And also, if you look at the municipal structures, the municipal are not well capacitated to support the waste recycling. They don't have enough finances, enough skills to drive this also initiative. And also at the moment, right now, we have the government, national government needs to come up with the legislations and also policies. But they don't have enough data to inform policy. If you look at the municipalities, how can they strategize? They don't have enough data. And also at the same time, for the business people, how can we bring them on board? They don't have also enough information to convince them that this thing can work. So in this regard, this study now aims to understand how public-private partnerships can also build the resilience by bringing the public sector, the private sector together and deal with this also waste recycling issue in establishing resilience for waste recycling SMMEs in South Africa. So in our study, we addressed 3 questions. What are the advantages of the public-private partnerships? What are the challenges? How can we mitigate these challenges and also maximize on the advantages, ensuring that these models also can build resilience within the waste recycling sector? So we used the organizational resilience theory, which states that a resilient organization is able to anticipate and prepare for any challenges, is able to cope and adapt to crisis, and also learn and transform for sustainability. So with this study, due to its complexity nature, we used a mixed method approach. So we identified specific stakeholders that we can work with. So through social network approach, we are able to identify a different stakeholder that way across the waste value chain, from the waste generation, transportation, and also up to the waste recycling. So after that, we engaged them, and also we were able to do some key informant interviews with them, and also we administered online surveys as well. And also we did also a comprehensive literature review where we looked at various peer-reviewed articles, government documents, and also and other academic sources to come up with a comprehensive picture of what the waste recycling sector is. But we plan to do some focus group discussions, but we couldn't do that due to some constraints and also due to the other project timeline issues. So using this mixed methods approach, so all the quantitative data was analyzed using SPSS, and also the qualitative data was analyzed thematically. So we managed to have like 85 participants who participated in the online surveys. Somewhere in Africa, so some of the other, we're having problems in getting participants also in some other provinces. But we managed to get like a sample size of 85 participants with people from different expertise. We have the government officials. We also have some waste recycling experts. We had municipal officers, some SMMEs also participated in this online survey. And also, we had like a total of 28 key informants that participated in this also exercise. So I'm not going to go, let me go on to the findings. So from the findings of the study, we found that also public-private partnerships are very important in strengthening financial and organizational resilience. Also, in terms of sharing investment risks, in terms of access to co-finance, grants, and all those things, bringing in another good big company here with a very good financial strength, and also working with the financially constrained municipality can also strengthen financial and organizational resilience. And also, within these PPPs, it creates also economic development. There is a well-functioning economic activity. More jobs are going to be created, and also infrastructural development is going also to take place, because some of these big companies can invest in infrastructure, and also we have a lot of community involvement in such activities. When you look at it also on the other side, technological innovation, you know, companies are business-minded. They need effective ways of conveying their businesses. So they are going also to bring up with new technologies and innovation to support effective waste recycling activities. And also, if you look at it, the SMMEs, some of them, they face challenges, especially market challenges. They cannot get markets where they can sell their things. So if you are like in a public-private partnership, we have a guy who's well connected. You have you who don't have any market to anything. So it means that it creates an opportunity for you to get the market for your products. So it also enhances competitiveness for small companies. And also another thing is capacity building and skill development. PPPs, we are bringing in people with different expertise. We've got the private companies, it's going to hire like well capacitated people, and also at the same time, if you look at the municipalities, some of them they are having problems with the skills. So there is a way of skills transfer within these also partnerships. It also enhances capacity building in municipalities, not only municipalities, but if you look at the SMMEs that are involved, local communities, they are also going to learn something from such models. And also the other thing, when you look at this, we are looking at local and the international markets. You can ask a small guy like me to penetrate international markets. It's very difficult. There's a lot of things that I need to consider. Supply, am I going also to have a convenient supply? And also, am I going to meet certain requirements to meet the international markets? But if you bring in public-private partnerships, it can allow all other business people to sell their products to one producer who can also have an access to the international markets. So it expands the next phase, the market network and the supply chains, and also enhancing some waste recycling actors. So this is a very nice model, but it comes with its own challenges. When you look at it, number one challenge is like the institutional challenge. Like if you go like within the municipalities, some institutional challenges, corruption, nepotism, and fraud in the municipal systems. So they also affect the public trust. People, they don't want also to, some of the people, they don't trust the municipalities. I remember when I was interviewing, one of the guys was telling me that there was another municipal official who came here, he just interviewed me and he said that I'm going to get the grant to support my recycling, but they never came back. So it shows that people, they've lost the trust also in the municipal system. And one of the other SMMEs that we interviewed was telling me that, no, as for me, I'll be involved with me because I know I can be able to do myself, just because no one trusts the public sector. And also at the same time, whom am I going to partner with? Sometimes, if you look at the the regulation for the PPPs, you find out that sometimes the approval system is done by the accountant general, and it's no one else is involved. So the centralization of this PPP approval is also one of the weaknesses that can also affect all the activities that are going to happen along the chain. Poor partner selection, some will come with, okay, thank you so much. Some will come and let you know, no, I can do the job, but they cannot do anything. So it's very difficult also. And also the other thing, there's also the technical challenges that are even faced within the waste recycling sector in terms of lack of awareness at the household level. People, they don't know how to separate waste and all these things. So we cannot be able to get the quality waste that we need. And they need also for some public awareness. And also the other thing is that we are bringing more technology and automation. This is also going also to affect, this is not going to contribute significantly to economic development. Poor co-financing. Municipalities, they always love these guys who are coming with money. How much are you going to put? So these models are not sustainable. And also there's lack of data. There's no much feasibility studies. There's need for more information. How much waste is generated? Where is this going to be sold? How is it going to be processed? So it's also, there's no information for implementation. And also one of the challenges that we are having is that waste speaker integration is a challenge that is faced by municipalities. And also some of the other issues that were coming were like gender and inclusive and gender balance, like women and the vulnerable people being underrepresented in the local municipalities especially. So we know the importance of women in the waste recycling sector. Your mother knows that, no, I'm supposed to clean this thing here and there, but bringing them also in the act is also very important. Some issues that will come with political influence, low community awareness and acceptance. I'm not going to go deep into the recommendation and actions. The time is limited. Sorry, colleagues. I wish I could have an hour of this presentation. Okay, so let me just jump onto the conclusion. PPPs can build resilience in South African waste and recycling sector by providing funding, skills, infrastructural support, and also to the MEMEs. but also their impact is limited by institutional, regulatory, technical, financial, and social constraints that needs to be addressed. So by strengthening governance, ensuring exclusivity, adopting sustainable financial models, and effective monitoring and evaluation strategies are required for to ensure that PPEs drive a circular economy and support long-term waste recycling resilience. I would like to thank you for your attention. Sorry for stealing extra of your time.
Yeah, no, thank you very much, Doc, for your great presentation. And I want to believe that colleagues were listening attentively. And now, colleagues, it's time for questions and answers. I see hands already going up before I say who. Okay, 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, in that particular. There's no mic here, you just speak up.
Okay, thank you so much, young men, as you have indicated in your presentation, young men like yourself. Thank you so much for a very articulated, well structured presentation and research. My comment is that municipalities, they have, as per the regulation, the integrated waste management plans. And these integrated waste management plans, in terms of the environmental laws,
Yes.
the waste management NEMA, they are approved by the provincial.
Sorry. Yeah.
I'm glad that both of us are from the Cape area, so we
Yes,
are familiar
yes, yeah.
with the processes and the interspherical planning when it comes to waste management. So I will recommend that we also include the effectiveness of the interspherical planning and coordination in enhancing, the triple Ps.
Yes.
The role that is played by the green space in ensuring funding, because municipalities, as you know, mostly in KZN are grant dependent. So now expecting them within their stretched budgets to also proactively cater for the recycling and the waste would be too much to ask. So I will recommend that you take that into consideration going forward. Other than that, it was a well-structured presentation. Thank you so much.
Vale. Thank you so much.
I think that's a comment.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, sir, for the presentation. Mine is not a question. I just wanted to check if you are available for collaborations because of the program that we were involved in our university on issues of innovation. And there is a company that has approached us, which is called Global Fintech Innovation Program. I'm not sure if you are aware of that.
Okay,
They
yeah.
are busy with this circular
Economy.
So I was just checking if you are available for collaborations in research with the Eastern Cape from your university.
Okay. All right, thank you so much. We have a circular economy group. Oh, okay.
I'll give you an opportunity.
Okay, thank you.
All right, thanks, Doc. Wonderful presentation. And I think it was really articulate. I just wanted to check if in any of your findings the issue of administrative and political interface came out as it pertains to, whenever there is private and public, the government, the moment government comes into play, right, there tends to be a political deployment, right, when government comes into the partnership.
Yeah.
The political deployment comes with the party mandate,
Exactly.
right, to the business table. Right. So I want to check if
Yeah.
that administrative political interface was ever considered, right, or what did you find out about?
Okay. Yeah, that.
Specification on PPPs.
Okay.
And there's another question from
Okay.
Thank you, Prof, for your presentation. My question is based on research question. The look general, we are not angling on a main research question.
Yeah.
So I was wondering how that is structured. And the second question is on the theoretical framework, but the theoretical framework you are showing us on the slide also the contractual framework. So I'm not sure whether you separately the theoretical framework from the contractual framework.
All right, thank you so much. All right, no, the conceptual framework is different from the theoretical framework. And also, when we talk about the research questions, this was one of the objectives of the project that we're doing from the LG Center. So I just extracted one of the objectives into a paper. But otherwise, this was like a holistic project that we did with broader research questions. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, the issue of politics is a problem. It came across like sometimes you find out like even the some of the like within the municipality, some of the people are appointed in posts like top managerial on political basis. Some are not even like this competent within this public partnership. So that's where we come up with some issues where municipal the managers are not even accountable. They can do what they want. So this also affects like the sustainability of public-private partnerships. And also, if you look at also the even the collaborations between municipalities is a challenge because we realize that also some of the municipalities, like I'm from Stellenbosch municipality, I don't work with someone from Chris Hani, I don't work with someone from maybe eThekwini, just because of the political differences. It's still a challenge also that is within it's affecting the public-private partnerships. And also it's also affecting the trust, the municipal trust from the private sector. And the other one, okay.
Okay, let's give him a round of applause. Colleagues, you will get
Thank you.
Of time, we just need to manage something. It's a bit of a crisis, but we just need to handle that now.
It was just a comment in regard to academic research and how we implement research, because the purpose of research is to give back to the community on areas in regard to climate change and everything. So I would have wanted him, given this important nature of his research, to give recommendation, because the platform here is to say, yes, this is what I found, but this is what I recommend for implementation purposes. So I think when we conclude, our conclusion should be put across, I recommend this,
yes,
this, so that it helps the general person who are stakeholders.
Yeah.
So it was a wonderful presentation, but I would have loved for you to give recommendations.
Yeah, thank you so much. It's very important because we are doing research to brief action plans. Who's going to do what, which stakeholder, and it's very important. Maybe I will share the extra details, maybe for the sake of time, we couldn't go through everything. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for that wonderful presentation. So, for now, we will allow, we'll skip Dr. Mahuta. I was the one who was supposed to present now. So, we'll allow Ngole to present so that we are able to attend to a certain situation after this presentation. So we apologize to Dr. Mamota, sincerely so, for that inconvenience. So please receive our apologies. We'll give maximum of 15 minutes. So your time will start at 14:50. And then by 15:05, you should conclude your presentation. We are just waiting for you to connect and make sure that your slides do appear on the screen.
Does it have a Type C? Does it have a Type C?
A Type C, there is it.
Just flickering.
If it doesn't have a Type C. Can you transfer to your laptop, please?
I doubt if it's a laptop. Okay.
Okay, it's fine.
It's fine now. So it's 14:50 now. Your time starts now.
Thank you so much, sir. Greetings, everyone. Speaking is Ngoleka Snazo. Can you hear me?
No, it's fine. Don't worry.
Oh, okay. Speaking is Ngoleka Snazo. I'm doing Masters of Commerce at Watersisulu University. I'm supervised by Prof. Nganywa and Dr. Zimpongwane. Today I'm going to present to you my paper under the topic of the impact of institutional quality on economic complexity in South Africa. Okay. This is an overview of the presentation. Yeah, that will be it. Overview. So I would like to first introduce to first tell you what is really economic complexity. When we speak of economic complexity, what are we speaking about? So an economic complexity is a measurement of a country's productive knowledge. So its ability is to produce or expect in the diversity of a sophisticated goods. So in all, it determines how diverse economic is. Yeah. So economies or the countries with high economic complexity tends to be more innovated. So that's what we want to South Africa. As we can see that Japan was rated as first, and the South Africa was, in fact, the South Africa is at is rated to the last. So we want to boost that. So I'll quickly go to Okay, I'll go to problem statement. I'm already there. I didn't notice that my study went there already. All right. So in South Africa, we're facing a significant challenge. In South Africa, we have a challenge of low-skilled workers, and also in other industries, they are still using a low technical productivity, and that is limiting our country to compete globally. Yes, and so the study is investigating how the institutional quality can boost it, or how the institutional quality can assist our country to compete globally. And as we can see that it has declined, it has decreased from in 2016 from 0.24 to 0.21 in 2022. So we want to know, how can institutional quality increase that declination, maybe by governance or policy stability, and using the variables technological innovation, infrastructure, and GDP. And this is the hypothesis of my study. It's saying that institutional quality has no significant, the hypothesis of my study. The null hypothesis, it says institutional quality has no significant impact on economic complexity, and alternative hypothesis says that institutional quality has a significant economic complexity in South Africa. Yes, I'll quickly go to literature review. So, the theoretical literature, I adopted 3 theories. I have technological gap, diversity-driven growth, and product-based theory. So the the technological gap theory, it characterizes the knowledge gap that exists between local and foreign enterprise. Yes, it characterizes the knowledge gap that exists between, and that gap okay. And then we'll quickly go to the diversity-driven growth. The diversity-driven growth theory, it determines or it emphasizes that the country's economic complexity is dependable on its export goods. So the more the country exports a good, the more the country's exports are good, sophisticated, that's the more the country is diverse, or the more the country's economic complexity is good. So, all right. Productive space theory, it shows, the productive space theory, it shows or how quick or close, or how far or close the theory, how far they close a country to get, how far or close a country to the country's, okay. The productive space theory, it shows how far or close a country is to get the investigation that they are getting to for its complexity to be interest. That's what the productive space theory is talking about. So I'll quickly go and check on the empirical literature. There is an evidence from developed and evidence in developing and evidence in South Africa. So the evidence in developed country, it proved that the relationship between human capital and economic complexity interact with economic growth. So evidence in developing countries indicates that variables related to trade, foreign direct investment, and gross fixed capital information positively shock economic complexity. Evidence in South Africa finds that a government spending on economics infrastructure significantly and affect the economic complexity. That's the evidence. Okay. I'll quickly go to research methodology. Research paradigm, the study has used the positivism. And then I'll quickly go to research design. The study has used a time series secondary data, and research approach, the study has used a quantitative research approach. I'll quickly go to, the study has adopted a model of Nguyen. So, and I have adjusted the model with the variables that I have, which is technological innovation and infrastructure, GDP, and institutional quality. Data source, the study has used time series data from 1994 to 2024. The data from the independent variables, infrastructure and GDP was extracted to World Bank, and technological innovation was extracted from South African Reserve Bank. Institutional quality data was taken out from global economy. Yes. And the study presented stationary of a chosen time series using ADF and PP tests. Developed the RDL model test. So I'll quickly go into results and discussion of formal unit reach test. And okay, economic complexity and institutional quality, they are significant at first difference. Infrastructure, in infrastructure, it displays the integration order. So, and technological innovation shows that the study was significant at first difference also in technological innovation, and GDP and economic complexity. It was stationary at the level using both methods, ADF and PP, at 10% significantly. And I'll quickly go to results, long run results. So all of my results, like GDP, infrastructure, institutional quality, technological innovation, they show a significant relationship with economic complexity, meaning that, yeah, they are suitable for the study. And I'll quickly go to a short run. It is a short run from a GDP per capita. It has a speed of adjustment of 29%, meaning that it means that it's quicker moving toward to trade complexity, and the economic complexity and infrastructure are positively related and statistically significant at 10%. The speed of adjustment is 33, meaning that infrastructure has a high speed of adjustment, so it's quicker and it's suitable for the study in a short run. And also the even the technological innovation has 21% of speed of adjustment. So yeah, it has a quicker speed of adjustment. I'll quickly go to casualty results. The hypothesis that infrastructure does not render cause is rejected. It does not render cause economic complexity is rejected, and we accept the hypothesis that economic complexity does not render cause infrastructure. And the hypothesis of institutional quality does not render cause economic complexity is also should also be rejected, since p-value is below 5% significant level, and we accept and also we accept the hypothesis that the economic complexity does not render cause institutional quality. Yeah, because p-value is above 5% level. The study also reject the hypothesis that the technological innovation does not render cause the economic complexity for the fact that p-value is below 5%. Yes. So in conclusion, the aim of the study was to explore how institutional quality can impact economic complexity in South Africa from period of 1994 to 2024. And then the focus was based on the variables, which was technological innovation, infrastructure, GDP per capita, and institutional quality. The results, they are significant in a long run and also in a short run. Let's quickly go to policy recommendation. So if a government can invest in innovation, upgrade infrastructure, strengthen up institution, enhance human capital, that can highly assist in our South African economic complexity. Thank you.
That's powerful, ladies and gents. I like that. That's motivating, that's encouraging. Yeah. My sister, you got the voice. You just need the confidence. Don't be intimidated by these people. You need to relax, take a deep breath, relax, just speak to us.
Yes.
You know, don't be intimidated at all. We are going to go into that time of questions and answers.
It's fine, I'll
So
ask.
do not be intimidated at all. You have your mentor here. She's here to support you. She has taken the time to come and listen to you. She would have decided that she wants to do that presentation, but she's putting you on this platform so that you learn as well and you speak to us. So be free.
Thank you.
We are learning as well. Colleagues, I don't want to waste more time. It's that time. Questions and answers. Any input? We have the first one here, and any other person? Going one, okay. Second one is there, and okay, we'll take those two. Starting from here and then
Thank
second
you
one.
for your
Thanks.
wonderful research and contribution. My question is for the floor, not for you, because I see that on the problem statement there, a lot of them are citations. So we went to different schools. My mentor, he said, when you are citing your problem statement, it means that problem is solved. So I just want to learn from others.
Okay.
Well, I mean, oh, okay. Thank you for that wonderful presentation. Encouraged by your bravery.
also going to present, so I'm a little bit nervous after that. My question would mainly look at your recommendation as you've done the study.
Mm.
As a country, as South Africa, which industry should we then focus on
Okay.
to increase this, this term, economic complexity?
Complexity,
Yeah.
okay.
So which avenue should we then focus on and say we can excel in this? Because we know Japan is cars, trains, technology, America's other things and whatnot. What can we then focus on so that we can then excel? Because I know we can't, focus on everything.
Mm.
So with your recommendation, innovation and what government should do, which sector should we focus on?
Cause on more, okay.
Before I respond, and let's take a third, there was a comment from this side.
Yeah, I wanted to respond.
You may respond.
Yeah, I think from the problem statement, it doesn't mean if you're citing someone, the problem has been solved. Because you need to look at what has been said about the problem, right? You are situating your study within the broader framework of the problem, right, the situation. And you can't take that situation from the blue. Somebody ought to have written about that situation. But that's where it leads you to the gap.
The
To
gap.
say, they've seen this is what they've seen, but my problem is this one, that has not been solved. But you should draw from the broader literature that has been done, right? Who has said what? This is what they said. This is what we know. This is what we do not know.
Thank you, but now from this study, that is missing. Because all the problem statements are cited, and the actual problem statement is not, the gap is not really resolved.
Okay.
Okay, but let's give a chance to respond to some of the
Questions.
the questions, especially the one that emanates from.
Oh, okay. Okay, I would like to start with the problem statement and to answer the about the problem statement. So on the full study, everything is detailed there. I've detailed, and my gap is that most of the studies, yes, I found the same problem that they are telling that the South Africa is facing this problem, but I still haven't found the study yet, because we are still doing the research. I still haven't found the study that determines the economic complexity that have fitted. Most of the studies have written about infrastructure and the economic complexity. So that's where I saw the gap. So I decided to use my economic complexity. Okay, my institutional quality, that's the gap. Yeah, most of the data, the studies there, and also foreign direct investment, most of the study. So I used my institutional quality. I'll go to you, Doc.
No, I wanted to make a follow-up. Okay, let's proceed.
Don't.
Okay, you may proceed. Yeah. I'm protecting you enough.
Please protect me.
Now I must protect the speaker. Yeah, you may respond to the second question.
Okay. Honestly speaking, to my study, I didn't determine to which industry exactly the government should check. Usually, I took Japan and Asia, since they are already up, like with us. So I wanted governments to look to Japan, since Japan is already is number one. So to me, we are completing to the one which is above. To me, so I didn't specifically. Even I didn't check of that.
No, I was just looking as like, since you're the expert in this, where should we go?
I get you.
Right?
And that is
like,
not
should we go farming? Should we go wine? Should we go trade? Should we go technology? Should we go mining? That sort of thing. That's it could be on top of your head. Just I think we should go there. The complexity is there. Then that's about it. But thank you.
Okay.
No, thank you very much. Let's allow Prof. Namu to respond to some of the concerns, because he's a collaborator, as a matter of fact.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Snazo, for your presentation. It was well done. I just wanted to give a bigger picture here, that the issue of economic complexity is when we are importing raw material of goods outside the country, which is a limitation for South Africa, whereby South Africa now, if you talk gold, you export gold as gold.
if you talk your potatoes, you go for potatoes as raw. Everything is raw. So what economic complexity says is that we must export sophisticated and processed goods, not raw stuff. So the study now is aggregated around South Africa because the concern that she has is that South Africa's economic complexity is rated far from the leading countries like Japan and all those. Because Japan is not exporting raw material, they export things that we buy to them. So in South Africa, we export gold and buy it as something else. Yes, so that is the main context. So the study, since it's using aggregated data about institutional quality, meaning that any institution in South Africa that has got producing something, it must process it before it does what? It exports it to improve our economic complexity. Then if you talk to the problem statement, maybe because she is writing slides and then she is putting the references in each thing there, because she cannot say anything about where is economic complexity of the country without quoting where she's taking that data from. Though that the economic complexity is a problem, if she is rating it that in 2022 it was 0, what, then in 2021 it was 0, something, where is she getting that? She's getting that from a source. Hence she is, but she is not investigating economic complexity. She's investigating the impact of institutional quality to boost economic complexity. So I'm explaining the reasons for the references there. So not that she is saying this paper of institutional quality and economic complexity has been investigated. That's the gap she saw.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, a round of applause. Guys, will engage after.
This room is too small, so it's intimidating presenters.
Okay.
No,
colleagues, all right. Let's allow our next speaker is Dr. Mamuta. Let's allow our next presenter an opportunity to present, and Dr. Mamuta will be given also just 15 minutes maximum, and then after which we are going to have 5 or so minutes to engage him on his presentation. Please assist. Okay, and Dr. Mamuta, the platform is yours. Your time starts right now. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much. I see there's a meeting at the back. I'm just waiting for the meeting to adjourn. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. As I've been introduced, this is my topic. I'm talking about leveraging digital governance on combating service water provision corruption. You know, corruption is a buzzword these days, and majority of our people are now in prison because of that. This is a qualitative study, ladies and gentlemen, which has been, the data was collected from document analysis and some of the videos which were taken by both the Department of, Premier's Office of Limpopo and the municipalities. As a matter of fact, we know South Africa is a water scarce country. There's a crisis of water in almost all the provinces. We know from Cape Town up until Messina on the other side. And we know if there's no water, also economically there's an impact on farming and other economic activities that will not be sustainable. And the issue of water corruption in South Africa has brought in a serious disruption in terms of service delivery. Now, we're looking at digital governance in order to enhance transparency Where is the water lost? What is happening with the water? Why are we not, why in the morning, when we went to sleep, there was enough pressure? Why in the morning there's not enough pressure? Those are some of the issues that we are looking into. Our research focus is on, deliberately, this is not a focus, it's a focus in public administration for those of you who don't know. So our focus is Polokwane municipality, which is predominantly rural. Before water, the bulk water pipes reach town, they pass a lot of villages. In those villages, that's where the problem is, because there's a high prevalence of people disconnecting, tapping into the main water pipes. So the objective here is to explore how digital tools can address service disruption and corruption. The theoretical framework. There are two theories that were used, ladies and gentlemen, colleagues, bright in complexion and those dark like me. We used institutional theory and digital governance theory. The reason why we use these theories, if you look on the other side, is because if you use institutional theory, it will diagnose the problems, institutional problems that are there within the institution. Our focus is Polokwane municipality, that is what we're talking about. And when you talk about digital governance, you are talking about a solution that will be provided by the new technology. Then both of them, they give you a holistic framework. What is the experience from the global north? What are we learning from other countries? Their smart technology, currently what most of them are using, is able to detect all the leakages that are there. Anything, once there's a problem of water, they are able to tell from kilometers so and so from the reservoir to the water pipes, we are losing pressure. There's water, this is a problem. That's what, and that is done by remote sensing. Yeah? They don't have to go there. When they go, they are going to fix the problem. And then other countries, they've got strong legislation. And the legislation is being implemented. Unlike in our case in South Africa, where majority of the departments, there's very nice legislation which is being overstepped. And community participation in those areas is very genuine. Once there's a problem, people will report immediately, instantly. Unlike in our case where most of the time, if there's a community engagement, especially that the pipe is running through the villages, if there's a problem, people might not even report. It's normal. People are tapping into the main pipes. But people don't even report. They just keep quiet and say, in one of the villages, even the chief was involved in that scandal. And other places, they've got drought resilience strategies. The question is, do we have, as a country? We saw the disaster in KZN. Did we have the strategies in place? So those are some of the things that are there. Now, South Africa's water challenges. Now I'm coming back to the country. I thought I was global. Now I'm coming back home. It's one of the driest countries globally. Now, at the same time, I'm coming back home. I came back to the country, now I'm coming back home. Lepelle Northern Water is losing almost 26.4 million out of theft because of, they lose a lot of water. You can imagine, if you lose that money, it's a lot for infrastructure development. And then, in a month, they lose 2.2 million damage to infrastructure. But there's an Water Service Act which is not being implemented. The penalties are very weak. Enforcement is not there in the municipality. Findings, Polokwane illegal connections. When we analyze the videos and the literature, we found that this high sophistication of illegal setups discovered. People go to the main hole, they close the main hole this side, they come on the other side and equip the infrastructure so well that you can see people who are working here. It's either they were government officials or they were working for water affairs. It's not just a minor connections. The infrastructure, the tools they use, it's up to scratch equipment. And in one of the comments, when the media was interviewing, it was indicated that there are former municipal staff. Some were dismissed, some were retired, and some are still in office. So, which means they wanted to sweep some of the issues under the carpet. And then those are the affected areas for those who knows the area, like Dr. Rasiala knows all the places. And one of the issues which was a main problem, people are afraid of reporting. They say armed groups resist enforcement. In one of these areas, there was a gentleman who used the old Levoa reservoir. He connected the pipe to his reservoir, and he's selling money. He's selling water to the community. Then, what is the community's role? It's found where they are drivers of illegal connections, because they know if people tapped in that pipe, they can easily get water, because the municipality is not supplying them with water. So it's a blissful sorrow to them. It's lag on their side, but it's damage to the municipality. And one of the things is poor service delivery from the municipality, poverty, unresponsive authorities. When they get tips, there's a problem here. Instead of protecting the victim becomes a victim. Then digital opportunities. If this can be implemented, it means there'll be real-time monitoring, and there'll be improved reliability and enhanced accountability as to what happened. What are the drivers? What actually causes this water theft? Basic survival needs. People need water. The rivers are dry. The taps are dry. There's no water. Poor service delivery, that I explained. Exploitation by water trackers. I mean, this is a lucrative tender. Let's be honest, ladies and gentlemen, we know. If you've got a truck and it's supplying water, if there's water, then it means your truck has to park. And you won't wear Louis Vuitton anymore. So that is one of the things that is keeping people to keep on being corrupt. Remember, these people, trackers, they corrupt an official so that they can be weak enforcement of the bylaws. And poverty and inequality, low awareness of legal frameworks. What is it that should be done in case there is a problem? Under the discussion, scarcity. Water scarcity is pushing people to illegal connections. The trackers exploit their supply for profit. Corruption for illicit, so that they entrench illicit systems, whether you like it or not. Because you ask yourself, there's no water on the tap, but when the truck comes, it has got water. Where did it get that water from? And it's more expensive to transport that water to the people. Why don't we take the same water, channel it to the reservoir, process it so that it can use the taps? Lack of education for people in terms of water reticulation, how we just want water. How it comes from the dam, whether it comes from the river, people don't know, they just want water. Whether the dams are low or not, people want water, that's all. Then, if you have digital governance, it will also tell you, okay, rainfalls are coming in this area, the levels of the dams are in this particular way. You are able to plan. What is the most important thing is to plan. Now, what is needed as the recommendations? There's need for strengthening enforcement. We need anti-corruption laws. In the past, they used to have rangers who will go and check all these things, but now there's a police force, it was ours. We do that in the police services. The police services, which is supposed to enforce the laws, is not doing their job. Instead, they become part of illicit activities. There's a serious need to invest in a digital infrastructure, both from the wastewater treatment plants, because if infrastructure is not well implemented from the wastewater treatment plants, it means even the water sources are contaminated. So digital infrastructure is very, very important. Empower communities. Create campaigns. You can only empower people when you teach them. Thomas Angara said this many a times. If you want to empower the community, make sure that you teach them about their revolution. There's a serious need for responsive service delivery so that you can build trust as an institution. If you deliver, people are happy. Address the issue of poverty inequality in water access. You remember in the past there was an RDP level water standard, which later on became taps in the yards. That strategy needs to be implemented even now. Let's localize the best the best experiences from the global north, as I indicated in the previous slide. There's a need to improve interagency collaborations. That is your water supplies and so forth and so forth. In conclusion, there's a need to avoid illegal connections, governance, and scarcity issues. If you don't provide people with water, they will always tap into the main line because it's passing through their village and they don't have water. Digital governance offers, as I indicated earlier on, there will be transparency, accountability, and efficiency. They will not, at least the municipality will be able to save more resources. Water technology, it will also improve reticulation, empower communities, and there will be equitable access for all the citizens. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for your work.
Yeah, colleagues, we have heard the speaker. In fact, your presentation, Doctor, reminds me of a book written by Henwood, Hydropolitics, Southern African Perspective. It was written several years ago. I think at the time when he wrote that book, I thought the ideas that he expressed in that book were far-fetched until we started seeing it in real life. That indeed there are a lot of politics in the water fraternity. So, colleagues, I will allow you 5 or so minutes to pose questions starting from here. That's number 1, number 2, number 3. In that particular order, colleagues, the floor is yours to ask questions.
All right, thank you so much, comrade, for the presentation. My first impression was that we're going to get some recommendation on tools to manage the loss of water, all right, and to curb corruption. So at the end of the whole presentation, I thought the findings and the discussions were going to say these two here can work for us to stop the loss of water along the process. Because if we go back to the purpose of the study, it leveraging digital technologies in combating water crisis and corruption, right? So I'm trying to ascertain the link at the end of the whole presentation now, which digital technologies. I'm sitting here, I work from the water department, hypothetically speaking, I want to, what digital technologies are we going to use to combat corruption within water management and the loss of water at the reservoirs? I think that's very important, and we need to hear that.
Okay, and they will take the second question and will comment.
Yes, thank you. I believe you're from Global. I think I saw you there. I wanted to understand, in your paper, is there a section that clearly explains this corruption, how it's done and who could be involved in it? If maybe there are senior people in the municipality, if the mayor of the municipality is involved. In your paper, are you clearly saying there's corruption in this water thing provided? What I want to know if we're going to get such in your paper.
Okay, and I think he noted the question and the comment. Or question. I see there's interest there. I've noted your end. You may go for it.
I think I wanted to ask, it's a very, I suppose, simple yes or no question. With looking at the events that are happening around South Africa, Pretoria, and all the other water scarce cities, is the government going towards privatization of water? Because now we are talking water tankers, people tapping into reservoirs and selling water to a community for private gain. Are we going towards privatization of water as a resource in South Africa?
And I'm sure you noted those questions, and the fourth and the last question, the comment.
Yeah, thank you, Honorable Doctor. Your presentation is very interesting. I just wonder, with the data, the way you're collecting the data, you say you use documentary analysis or documentary evidence, I'm assuming, on corruptions and water issues in that area. I wonder, like, how did you access the data? I couldn't find it in the presentation. How did you access the data? And you spoke about videos. What are the issues of authenticity on the videos? Where are they from, these videos? Is it from YouTube? Do you get it from the municipality? Like, I'm just interested in knowing that, so that at least we know that the info, because corruption is a very serious problem, at least in South Africa or in Africa, broadly speaking. So if you can just deal with those things, and clarify them, how did you access the data? Because I doubt that you got it from literature, especially the corruption in the area you're speaking about. I doubt. But if you do, maybe please refer me to sources that I can read. Thanks.
Okay, the floor is yours. You may respond.
Thank you so much. Let me start with the first one, the tools. What tool? Currently, Polokwane is using my Polokwane app, which is not yet covering this aspect. There's a gap on that app. It can, what the good thing about that, the app which they are implementing is, it's able to, if you report where community engagement comes in, it shows you the coordinates. You take the picture of the area where you are, you send it to the call center. The call center will retrieve the information. When they send the technician to site, they've got a picture of what is happening in that particular area. Already they plan. They don't just dispatch a car without knowing what is happening on the ground. So that is the app that currently is being used. But that's why I didn't get into the app as yet, because I was looking at digital technology and a theme of the conference. I was in line with the theme of the conference. And Gauteng has got a very good app. I forgot the name of the app in Gauteng. The app in Gauteng already is effective. It's able to tell you where pressure is being lost, where there are leakages, and where they are losing water. So, this app, they are in the inline. I think this is Ekurhuleni and Durban Metro. They're using the same app. Those ones. Is there corruption in Polokwane? Is there corruption in Polokwane?
It's a question I asked if you could do it.
You see, when you do a research, you don't guess. You must rely on data.
So, as a question, so let's hold the target for now.
You rely on data which you get. One of the corruption which has been highlighted on the videos that I analyzed is that there are people involved from the government, from the municipality, from the water affairs. That is what has been said. And one of the comments was also to say, in terms of tracking, there are people in the municipality who are pushing for trucks to be part of water supply. So those videos are there. Unfortunately, some of them were taken for reporting. If you go to Facebook, there's a video where the premier of the province is there, the mayor is there.
Is still what?
Chief, Chairperson, can you call that man to order? When they went to site where the illegal connection was done, they were there observing. They are visible on that video when they were talking about when the community reported that illicit activity. So you can see it's It's a multifaceted network which has been rounded very well by those who do it. So you don't guess when you do research, even for future, don't guess, don't assume. The issue of...
Yeah, let's find it.
Sorry, Chair, can I make
Chair, I don't know what to talk about.
Sorry, colleagues. At this time, every day, I am checking the WSU colleagues who are here in the conference, if they are inside the booth. Because every day, people must come and share or learn. So if I am, that's why I'm moving around now with my register. All my WSU must be in rooms until the end of the conference. So I can see here I've got 2, yeah? Mama and is there any other WSU I don't know here?
Please adopt me there
Thank you very much. Let's allow the speaker to the last two questions.
The issue of privatization.
We'll engage after all the speakers have presented. Otherwise, we will be.
But he's lying about
And then we may respond to
Privatization of water. You see, the issue of privatization of water is a hot topic in academia currently. But there are different authors who are talking about it. It's a process that needs the former liberation movements want some people to take over the privatization, while the communities are saying no, that will never be done, not in their lifetime. If you check literature, it shows that imbalance. There was also a very good literature which was written about KZN on the same issue of privatization of water. It's a hot potato. But in Polokwane, I haven't heard of any privatization as yet.
Are we heading there?
I'm not sure. That's the limitation. Researchers, there's a gap. You can. I'll even recommend that you do a quantitative study on it. Cappuccino, that is what you can work on. Data accessibility. What I'm talking about, majority of them is newspaper articles, heavily reported, complaints by different political organizations. Most of them are online. They are online. When they were complaining, there was videos are online as well. The others, I got them from the departments, direct from the departments, where the media department, they've got, especially the Premier's office, they've got a very good database of, what they normally do, they go to site before they write their reports. I think it's for legislature. They go to sites, they interview people, they collect data. This is rich data there. They collect data on different aspects, and those videos are available.
So Chair, who's they? Who's this collecting this data? You speak about online. What is online? You say media, which media houses? You didn't say that in the methodology. Like, for example, newspapers, articles from which periods?
Yeah, but those are some of the things that you'll get in the paper. I'm presenting here a summary of what is in the paper.
But in the methodology, you said videos.
Okay,
you didn't
colleagues,
specify which one.
Yeah, let's pack it. We can have a conversation after this session. We are welcome to engage further, colleagues. And then if you have any burning issue, we'll allow maybe for further engagements after. You can just note those concerns, and after everyone has presented, because we have 4 more papers to be presented. Otherwise, we'll waste more time and other people will lose interest. So let's not drain the energy from those who are still yet to present before they present. So I will call upon, let's give him a round of applause.
This military way, we are scared to ask. No, we can't ask with the Traore.
Okay. We have MD Funni. Yes. You are presenting, you are collaborating with Chapasu. That's the first paper that you will be presenting.
Let me start the other one, if you are allowed.
But I want to present that other one as well. Or you don't have that presentation? No, then you presented at the time when you are supposed to present, no problem. You are going to present. I thought thought maybe you were going to present that one. Because that one that we collaborated precedes the one that you are going to present.
I am aware.
Okay, it's fine, but you can wait, it's fine. We don't have a problem with that. Then we move to Rwanda. I almost said the Rwanda, so I wanted to pronounce the Free State way, or the Suchu way, but yeah, so Rwanda, it's your turn now. Let's allow Rwanda to connect, and so that we can hear good news on resilience and response, building social support systems for survivors with violence in post-pandemic era. Yeah, so Rwanda, it's now 15:40. You have a maximum of 15 minutes, after which we are going to engage you for almost 5 or so minutes. The time is yours. Okay. Take us to your presentation. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am Beth Aranda from Department of Public Health at Sefakomakatu, the former Medunsa. This presentation is part of the bigger project, which is funded by MRC. The initial one, or the major one, is the impact of COVID-19 on the services for victims of sexual and gender-based violence. But for the purpose of this conference, I'm only going to base my findings on this one. And the title of this afternoon's presentation is termed Resilience and Response, Rebuilding Social Support Systems for Survivors of Violence in a Post-Pandemic Era. The COVID-19, as you are all aware, exposed critical gaps in support for survivors of both sexual and domestic violence. The pandemic itself and subsequent lockdowns brought up unprecedented challenges. For survivors of violence, these measures led to enforced isolation and inhibited access to support systems of the victims. The lockdowns and social distancing measures disrupted traditional support networks such as in-person therapy, group meetings, and community-based resources. This study addresses the urgent need to understand these systemic failures and to propose a framework for rebuilding more resilient and responsive support networks. The goal is to ensure that future crises do not compromise the safety and well-being of this vulnerable population. This study aimed to explore the impact of the pandemic on the available support for survivors of sexual violence. The study was underpinned by the socio-ecological model. Why? Because the model itself follows an integrated approach. It accounts for multiple layers that may influence a person's experience, and the model itself, again, provides a deeper understanding of the complex experiences of victims of sexual violence. The enforced lockdowns inadvertently created significant barriers, trapping survivors with their abusers and cutting them off from essential services. This period, often referred to as the shadow pandemic, highlighted a surge in GBV cases and the profound inadequacy of existing support frameworks to adapt to a global crisis. The significant impact is noted on both mental and physical health of individuals across the globe. The health effects thereof varied based on factors like age, pre-existing conditions, socioeconomic status, and access to support systems. The systemic failures in service delivery, which included incomplete services and negative staff attitudes, resulted in psychological distress and compounded trauma. This study highlights the urgent need to develop resilient, responsive, and reliable support networks that can effectively serve survivors during future crises. A qualitative, exploratory, and descriptive approach was followed. Why specifically this one? To understand the lived experiences of survivors of sexual violence. 12 in-depth interviews were conducted at the specific or rather selected forensic centers. And before the interviews were conducted, recruitment process was followed. The purpose of the study, the objectives, the research questions, and how the research process was going to unfold was explained to the participants, and they were also given plenty of time to ask questions which were responded to in an appropriate manner. Interviews were transcribed verbatim and analyzed using text method of qualitative analysis. In addition to this, the interviews were also recorded, and permission thereof was obtained prior to data collection process commenced. Ethical approval was obtained from the Institutional Research Committee as well as from the management of the selected research sites. Participants were fully informed about the study before providing consent. Anonymity and privacy were maintained, and a psychologist was available on site to assist those who experienced emotional distress. This was a prior arrangement noting that sexual violence is a very sensitive matter, and it is normal and very human that during interview processes, we do get some participants who experience breakdown. In that case, we depend on the participant whether he or she would like to continue or he or she wants to abandon the data collection process, of which we'll have to reschedule if the participant is still willing to continue the interview. From the interview or from the data that was analyzed, we had 3 major themes that emerged. The first one being poor service delivery, the second one being depression secondary to psychological burden of their experiences, and the last one, or rather the third one, being the negative attitudes of staff, which was referred to as a deterrent to the healing process. In terms of poor service delivery, we do not, we've got the policy document that stipulates the estimated time for whereby a client or rather a patient accesses the healthcare facility, up until whereby the very client or the very patient has been attended to, which is a maximum of 120 minutes. However, it depends on the type of facility that the client or the patient visited. In this study, the participant expressed a lot of dissatisfaction that they were kept waiting for a longer period of time without nobody attending to them or explaining what the challenge was. However, we know that during COVID-19, we utilized a skeleton staff. We had frontline workers who were also afraid of being infected by the virus itself. And this also compromised the service delivery and inadvertently resulted in long waiting periods for the very same survivors of sexual violence. I just took out extracted two from the quotes, whereby one of the participants said, "I waited so long, and when they finally saw me, it felt like they were just ticking a box. They didn't have all the forms, and I had to come back. It was like my pain wasn't a priority. It is a pain to be sexually violated." The second one that I extracted, it reads as follows: "The services were a mess. I was told one thing, but the next day, the clinic was closed. It made me feel like there was no point in even trying to get help." In terms of the second theme, depression, I put it out as depression because this was part of the mental or the psychological effect of the sexual violence. After everything, the hardest part was the silence. The pandemic locked me in, and the services I needed just weren't there. The loneliness was crushing, and it felt like my hope was just gone. The second one, I felt so alone. The people who were supposed to help me were nowhere to be found, and I had nowhere to turn. It sent me into a dark place, and I didn't know if I would ever get out. In terms of the third and the last theme that I extracted, the negative attitudes of healthcare staff. The participants' scores are as follows. She looked at me like I was a problem, not a person. It was a blank stare, no compassion. It made me feel like I had to apologize for being there. When I tried to explain what happened, the nurse just sighed. It felt like she was judging me, not helping me. That attitude made it harder than the violence itself. The findings of this study revealed that the support systems for survivors of violence were significantly strained during the COVID-19 pandemic, leading to a breakdown in critical services and exacerbating the survivors' trauma. The most prominent finding was that the service delivery system was unprepared for the crisis of this magnitude. The pandemic exposed a lack of resilience, resulting in incomplete or absent services for support for the victims of sexual violence. The inability to access reliable support services had a direct and profound impact on the mental health of survivors, leading to significant psychological toll as the stress of the pandemic was layered on top of the existing trauma. Other researchers or other authors refer to this as a pandemic in addition to another pandemic. A negative or unsupportive attitude from healthcare staff can re-traumatize a survivor. This we term it secondary victimization, because the participants in this study expressed or indicated that they felt blamed by the healthcare staff. They were judged, just like the other one who said that the nurse just looked at me and gave this big sigh. Already, I think the participant could sense or feel that here I'm being judged, that why were you out in the night? Why were you doing 1, 2, 3, 4? Before even getting to get the history from the client or the survivor himself or herself. This emotional injury can be a significant deterrent, causing survivors to lose trust in the very system designed to protect and support them. This underscores the critical need for not only efficient processes, but also a compassionate, trauma-informed approach to care. A key concern is that these negative experiences may discourage survivors from seeking help in the future. The inadequacies of care and support may also worsen the trauma they have already endured, leaving survivors more vulnerable to further violence. In response, there is an urgent need for South Africa to strengthen service delivery, to improve resource allocation. For me, SDG 3 and 5 are applicable to this study, and to develop new protocols for continued accessible support during emergencies. In conclusion, the COVID-19 pandemic acted as a critical test for South Africa's social support systems, revealing their lack of resilience and preparedness in a crisis. To address the urgent and ethical imperative to rebuild and strengthen systems for survivors of violence, it is crucial to develop robust and accessible support networks through improved resource allocation, strengthened service delivery, and the creation of clear emergency protocols. A proactive approach is required to ensure that the survivors are protected and supported not only in times of crisis, but in all circumstances. And this brings me to the end of my presentation. I'd just like to acknowledge MRC funding for this project, as well as the SMU, Sefako Makhathu Healthcare Sciences University. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Randa, for the wonderful presentation. I want to believe that our colleagues here, they've heard you and they were paying attention, and they might be having some burning questions. Before I even invite hands, I can see there's a burning question here. It's going to be number one. Thank you. Let me check first if there's anyone who has a burning question,
There's no
comment. Then there's a second question from the floor here. And Dubeman has a question. Last but not least, maybe I will pose the fourth and the last question. But in that particular order, let's start from there, here, then myself, and then, yeah.
Thank you, Dr. Randa, for such a wonderful presentation. But what I see is that the recommendations are not clear. That's only my suggestion. The recommendation in the study are not clear. Maybe I missed them, I'm not sure, because I just saw the conclusions without the recommendations. What do you recommend for this study?
The recommendations are in this slide. Although I didn't put everything, but in, okay.
Let's
or the other one.
Take second question and third and fourth.
Okay.
It will be myself, and then you will respond after.
I'm still traumatized from the COVID lockdown. I think maybe I realized as you were presenting that I could be needing counseling. But I wanted to check if the paper also maybe, like how far is the paper going in defining and theorizing the issue of resilience and also the issue of social support systems? Do you really dwell deep? Because I think I'm just assuming that obviously you went deeper there, because that's actually the crust of your paper. And also to check if the paper adequately account for the diverse cultural, for instance, social and economic context, because of also these factors could be leading to even our behavior when we are locked, and also our behavior on how we act when we are victimized. This aspect is just I'm not saying you even need to respond to that. It's something maybe you can think about when you are alone, or you can show me that it's there. But I can't wait to read this.
Thank you for that question. I'm sure you're noting that one. I hope you are noting, otherwise you forget these important questions. Let me allow also Dwayman to pose a question.
Thank you for the presentation. I think my question, or what I found, there's like one file finding that sort of like stood out to me with regards to the health staff treating the people in a very funny manner. Not funny manner, but like in a non-compassionate type of situation. And I think obviously you're from a medical background. Is there like teachings that they teach health professionals to sort of like have a critical distance from their patients so that they don't really take those problems home? And I thought that maybe, because now you spoke about having compassion and whatnot, and I thought maybe if you then contextualize the study to sort of like South Africa and saying, replacing compassion with Ubuntu type of situation, because now as people, we relate to each other with those sort of like cultural aspect instead of like a English term of compassion, right? Where I sort of like come to you as a medical profession and I expect you to take off that medical profession hat and put on your community hat and then help me out. Where like I suppose with people in your study, those people were medical professionals. Where do we then draw the line between me being a professional and me being a person truly? I'm not sure if you understand. Like, as the medical profession,
Yeah.
like, where do I draw the line where I am the nurse that needs to sort of like help you out with this situation and not get emotionally involved?
Okay.
And then when do I get emotionally involved in order to show you that compassion and support?
All right.
And this one comes from myself, but it's a very simple, straightforward. I wanted to understand as to whether your study has considered, from the service delivery point of view, how these victims or survivors of sexual violence were treated by police, men and women, when they go to report such incidents. Because I understand that before they could go to hospitals to engage with healthcare workers, the first point of contact would be the policemen and women to handle such incidents. But I was interested, I thought maybe there would be some kind of revelations in terms of how they were treated, how their incidents were handled by policemen or police officials, for that matter. Thank you very much. And you are free to answer these questions if you can. Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, let me start with the response to the last question. This is not directly coming from this study, but that one is part of the findings from my PhD study, whereby the participants indicated that preferably female victims prefer that their cases be handled, or from the SAPS point of report, they prefer that their cases or they be transported to the forensic center or the hospital for consultation by female to female, male to male, because some of them indicated that they were sexually violated by the very same SAPS men who transported them. So that made them to experience secondary victimization. So the recommendation from the major study was that police should be taken through the, kind of a basic course on how to handle or treat the victims themselves. Because it's like they were just blank, they were treating them like objects, like that other one said, non-sensitive, judgmental, no compassion, just like, you went out of your father's home or out of home at night to be raped. But that was not the case. Because from the findings, a majority of them, of the survivors, were from 16 to 29 years of age. And when we check the history, they were from late night classes, they were from church, night vigils, and so on. Whilst, of course, among some of them, they were from grooving, as we refer to it, nightclubs and whatever. But now, a blanket approach cannot be used. We don't even have to use a blanket approach. Each patient, each client should be treated as an individual. But our first point of departure as healthcare staff should be that a non-judgmental, sensitive attitude should be displayed at all times. So that was the recommendation that came from the survivors themselves. And in terms of your question, the healthcare staff, they also from the PhD, they indicated that at times they were not aware that they were not being sensitive to the victims. But the justification was that they themselves, they become overburdened with this. I mean, having to handle about 5 cases of rape cases per day. Already when you knock off at 7 or you are from night shift, when you go off in the morning, you feel like you are taking all these things home. And remember, we've got girl children, that's what they said. So you imagine that if a 14-year-old was raped, she's almost my child's age or my niece's age. So, I'm taking that trauma with me. So they recommended that they have debriefing sessions, which was supposed to be a norm, but there was not because of shortage of staff, which is a worldwide problem. But they recommend that if management can support them to a certain extent, things are hard, but if somebody takes the initiative to try and, make sure that my staff need what can capacitate them to cope with the ordeal as the providers of care to these victims, then they would appreciate it very much. However, there was a problem, but at least now it's coming, but at a slow pace, but at least something's happening. Because besides management arranging this for their staff members, individuals can go out for consult, and amongst themselves, they also form supportive groups. And what was the other one? It was a contribution, eh?
Yes, that was a contribution. It was not a contribution.
Okay. Or maybe also what sharing. The healthcare staff, they also indicated that, for those ones, I think we all know about the OSD. occupation-specific dispensation specialty courses. But now, at that time, that was 2019, they indicated that they don't get this OSD money, so they feel like they are not part of the healthcare staff who are being reimbursed for having specialty courses. So that kind of served as a, lowered their morale. But on the same breath, they also said that doesn't justify as to how the participants view us. And this when now from this other forensic center, they came up with their own supportive groups whereby they would share their experiences. And for somebody just to give a listening ear, you feel like we are relieved. And they did indicate that that is working for them.
Thank you very much.
The budget, please. I saw you are funded nicely there.
It's still available. We will collaborate and then we'll be able to finish it off.
More.
Yeah.
So, colleagues, we'll now move on to our next presenter. With M. Mashama, I understand she's not here. But we have a collaborator. Women, it's your turn now. Check the platform. To shower us with good news.
Yeah, no. And I've been asking so many questions. Hopefully, other speakers don't retaliate.
Colleagues, please note that I have a very wonderful announcement to make before we dismiss. So we are just two presentations to go, and after which I'm going to make a very wonderful announcement. So please do not leave this session. You might be the winner.
Interesting.
Yeah, thank you very much. Remember, you have 15 minutes to present, after which we are going to engage your presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you, Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Itumeleng Dube, and the paper I'm presenting here today is not the same as the one that you have in the program. Yes, sorry. So today I'm talking about adverse events of sinkholes, a case of Venterbos in the Western Area District Municipality. This is part of a community engagement project that we are doing at the Department of Public Administration and Management at UNISA. So basically, the community engagement project is that, UNISA then holds us as researchers to do research that we can sort of like give back to the community that we then belong to. Right, so the SDG Goal 11 talks about or compels countries, or maybe let's say municipalities, but yeah, maybe if we bring it down to municipalities, to ensure that their cities are inclusive, resilient, safe, and sustainable. And when we then talk about resilience, when I think about resilience, is the capacity of a system or of a person to return back to normality, especially after a tragic accident or an event, or unexpected change in the environment. We've sort of like seen that vulnerable communities experience heightened risk and increased sensitivity to incidents. In this case, we're talking about sinkholes that then happen in Venterbos, which is in the Western Area. And we've seen that communities have less capacity and resources to cope with or adapt to or recover from these impacts. What we've also found is that resilience is actually then left over to the community itself. So therefore, sometimes government systems or governments don't really actually step in and have strategies where communities can then get back to normalcy. And then I think we've actually quite seen that in the past couple of years with the floods in KZN, with the dam wall collapsing in the Free State. The government tends to take a long time in responding to, rebuilding lives after such an event. So Venterbos is an old town. It was declared a town in 1937 as part of the Western District Municipality, which is in the Gauteng province. And this is when, there was a gold rush. The results of mining in the 1950s happen where the groundwater was actually then sucked out of the earth so that to make it safe for mining and not really safe for the community. And in removing this groundwater, this resulted in catastrophic sinkholes that happened because of the lowering of the water table by these mines, because they would then extract the water table, and then when extracting the water table, it would then reduce the buoyancy of the surface area, and therefore when crevices then form, these sinkholes will then form. And then research has shown that 99% of the sinkholes that are in the West Rand District Municipality are artificially induced, which means that it's because of humans that these sinkholes are happening. If there wasn't mining, then these sinkholes wouldn't have actually then happened. And actually, like a small percentage happened naturally. But this is, neither here nor there, but we're looking at the 99% of the mining that has happened in Venterbos that actually caused these sinkholes. Lee defines sinkholes as a depression or cavity that is caused by collapse of a surface layer due to loss of, a lower area or support from below. And the deepest sinkhole that we in the world is from China. Is known as the Heavenly Pit. It has about 537 meters wide, 662 deep. It can take about 48,000 Olympic pools. So water from 48,000 Olympic pools can actually fit into this sinkhole. So therefore you can see the magnitude of sinkholes that actually can happen or can develop within this city. So this is a map of Venterbos. I mean, not Venterbos, but the district municipality. All the gray areas that you see are dolomitic areas that are susceptible to sinkholes. In some of these areas, they have sinkholes. In some of these areas, sinkholes haven't happened as of yet. And then, if you can see in this picture, there's a school, and then next to the school, there's a sinkhole that had just developed. And what the municipality did is that they put a fence around it, but you can still access it as a person. So therefore, the safety of kids is not really a big concern for the municipality, because that should have been either filled or gated off. As you can see, it's quite a big hole. This is what it looks like close up. You can't really see all the way to the bottom, so we don't know how deep it is. And then there's also other sinkholes that have affected communities in a sense that the ground has collapsed under somebody's house. So in this block, I think it's about 2 blocks, people have abandoned their houses, where you cannot return to normalcy. Because then where do you move to? Where do you rebuild? Where do your kids go to school, right? And then you have other communities as well. So you see all of these houses, nobody lives there. Because you don't want to wake up in a pit. And I think the first sinkhole that happened in Venterbos was back in the 90s, where it swallowed a whole entire family home. And I think about 6 people died from that. So with some of these pictures, you can then see that the municipality takes a long time to respond to these events. Therefore, these houses have been sitting empty for years, where people are just up and left, in the sense that you have to vacate with probably your clothes in your bag or whatever you can gather. So all your furniture and everything like that is there. You don't want to return because, it might be the end of you. So when we look at the Rand West municipality, there was an adoption plan that was only created in 2024 to address sinkholes. The sinkholes have actually happened several years ago. They only list geotechnical complexities or dolomite as a threat and not as a disaster, which we then found quite odd, because now if you register something as a disaster, you are then able to get national government and provincial government to also enlist it as a disaster, and then you get money in order to correct the incident. Just like we saw at KZN, they said the floods are a disaster, and Treasury gave them, we're trying to give them a couple of millions, but they were, a bit shorty on the administration, which was quite funny. The district municipality is focusing on other municipalities in the district. So the Rand West or the West Rand, the Rand West municipality is not getting enough funding or enough attention because there's no economic activity happening. There's no more mining that's happening there. But if you go to the next town, which is Merafong, which has a lot of mines, when the sinkholes happen, there's contracts that are taken out and these holes are then refilled. So now it means that sort of like there's no support system for this specific municipality. There's not enough suitable land for housing, development due to the dolomitic nature of the area. Therefore, you can't bring economic activity to the actual municipality because, you know, everything is on sort of like land that is quite sensitive. But when we then read some of the reports from the district municipality, because we did a search of the words dolomitic areas or sinkholes in the documents, they do then mention as a district that there is a positive note. These dolomitic areas have high groundwater yields, and then there are caves that are formed, and these caves are now attracting tourism annually, meaning that there is no intention of actually fixing these issues because obviously there's a chance to commercialize the disaster or the threat. The research methodology that we used was mainly a content analysis, qualitative content analysis methodology. Sources included academic journal articles, books, analytical reports, and then newspaper articles, credible online publications, reports from the municipality itself and from the district municipality. And then the data was then subjected to Bronze and Clark's 6-step thematic analysis. And then we came up with like 3 themes where we thought they came up a lot. We spoke about human settlements. There is not a lot of people that actually stay in the town itself because obviously there's no economic activities. The municipality itself cannot build houses for people who have maybe settled there informally because of the ground is not actually quite sturdy. But they actually have said that they will then do studies, but this has not happened as of yet. Economic activity cannot happen, so therefore we cannot move certain industries or certain economic activity to this area because once you build a factory and then tomorrow you get there and it's in a hole, we wouldn't know what to do. And also another thing that came up was safety. As you have seen, there was sinkholes near a primary school where children go to school every day, and there is no sort of like intention to close it up. Therefore, the safety of communities around that the area is then compromised. Well, I mean, to sort of like close it off, to say like the situation demonstrates the real dangers posed by climate-related events. Maybe I shouldn't say climate-related events, but like the sinkhole-related events or human events that have done happen. And it also affects, infrastructure. It also then highlights the poor infrastructure that they have, governance issues and historical spatial planning. And then the events of sinkholes impose a financial burden on, obviously, yes, us as a country, but on also it creates a burden on ecosystems and national budgets. But we then think that the municipality should then declare sinkholes within the area, within the municipality, as a disaster, because once they do that, they'll be able to get funding from national in order to then solve all the human settlement, the economic activity, and also the safety issues that they then have now at the moment. We then do sort of like acknowledge the limitation of the methodology, that we only looked at documents. It would have been better if we were able to then talk to officials at the district and officials at the municipality as well. But then this is also was just a sort of like a throw in the water to see what kind of fish we can catch. So therefore we can then maybe produce more studies from this, just to see whether if then the problem is actually quite big. I mean, it is, but I'm just saying from a research perspective, is it researchable and whatnot? So, yeah, thank you very much. I think that's it from me.
Ladies and gents, there's a song that says Kinabo A. Yeah, so it's that time, once again, for us to engage the presenter by asking questions or making comments based on the presentation. So, as I'll check with you, see there's a hand behind me here. That's number one. There's a hand there. And I'm checking if there's anyone with a burning question or comment. I see there's a third one there. In that particular order, let me start here, and then go that side. And then you will respond to the man after everyone has posed a question or made a comment.
Noted, Chair.
You just need to take note of the questions. Number one, we start with.
No, thank you so much. I'm not going to deal with methodology today. I want to get into the gist of the issue.
Thank you.
Tell me, I need to find out, is there a disaster management plan? Because I saw they did an adoption plan. Is there a disaster management plan in that particular area? And also wanted to check, how is the area not supported after the mining? Normally they support it with the probes. Was it not supported that there's a what do you call it, those holes? And how long is the belt, the mineral belt which damaged the area? And how is the water table now? Yeah, those are my questions. Because I see a gap for research, for further research.
Okay. Second. Okay.
Thank you for the brilliant presentation.
Sir.
I was wondering, normally this kind of exercise should be preceded with preliminary studies. I mean, the miners now, I'm not talking about your own work, the miners, they were supposed to do preliminary studies to foresee if there will be consequences.
Mhm.
Was that not done? And then secondly, why were the miners not brought to book to repair the environment after the, because I realized that like the oil industry, Shell will they will force Shell to come and rebuild the environment if they pollute for Chevron. So why is that not done in the case of the mining industry? Why do you destroy the environment and then you go away? And you take a lot of money and resources and leave there and abandon the place. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
I'm sure you noted that one, Women. And the third question and comment.
Thank you for an interesting paper.
Thank you, sir.
Mine is just to do with the recommendations on the mitigation strategies. Do you find any? Are you making any recommendations on that? Or are there case studies that you can learn from elsewhere, how they've dealt with the sinkholes?
Oh, yeah, okay.
Yeah. I want to believe that you noted those questions. And
I have, yeah.
You are on the platform too as well.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions. When we searched the municipality documents and whatnot, we noticed that this disaster strategic plan was actually then missing from the IDP, where we all know that by law all IDPs should have some sort of like a disaster implication or disaster strategic plan that would then respond to disasters. But then as an annexure, yes. But we found that this was missing. And these are from the documents that we then found on the municipal website, because now it seems like they're trying to stay away from defining it as a disaster, because now they're doing it as a risk, they're doing it as a threat. They're not actually saying that these sinkholes are a disaster. Look, the mining has not taken responsibility, or the mining companies have not taken responsibility, especially in this town. that we were focusing in. If you go to the next town, Merafong, it has a number of mining companies, so therefore those mining companies are using some of their profits to refill some of these holes. But in Venterbos, it was a thing of that the mining companies are not taking responsibility. And also with regards to the water table is kind of...
Please move out. You've been making noise.
Okay, guys, it's okay. We may proceed.
All right, with regards to the water table is that it's contaminated from the waters that the minings use. They just usually just dump it into sort of like the empty water table. You have sewage pipes that haven't been maintained by the municipality that then, go into that. So therefore, you can't really trust the water as well. The thing about the mining companies not taking responsibility, in South Africa, there's been a lot of mining companies that are not that big. So you might not have a Exaro now or a Sibanye Stillwater. I think those companies have absorbed smaller mines, and now it's sort of like a big listed JSE company, but they're only busy in the next town. In Venterbos, mining started a long time ago, like 19 somethings. I think I say it here. So therefore, feasibility studies were not done in the 1950s. It was a gold rush. People just took a shovel and they dug, found gold, and they went deeper, and that's what they did. Where now you sort of have like a more environmental responsibility. They have to check whether if, the mining will affect the water table and cause sinkholes and whatnot. So then they did not even do a feasibility study. That's what we believe. The companies, after mining was not profitable anymore, companies closed down and moved. So therefore, there's nobody to hold responsible, right? Because now it's a thing of, it's people from the 1950s, 1960s, 1980s, close down mine, they leave. You now look for the people, you look for the companies, they don't exist anymore. Therefore, the municipality is left destitute. They don't have money to fix the whole entire situation, right? And then mitigation factors, I think we'll then also look at international countries. I know in Japan, in a city called Fukuoka, there was a sinkhole that formed in the middle of a city. They took about a few days to refill it and sort of like make it safe again. But I think those countries are very well known for digging, underground subway tunnels. So they had the technology and the expertise. We also then had, I think a few months ago, earlier on this year, had a sinkhole develop in the city of Tshwane. I thought that was going to take years. It took about 4 months for them to fix. Now the road is open. And we then think about that in the sense of there's economic activity in these cities. So it then also kind of makes me think of the government also kind of treats these cities or where people live as commercial zones. If they're not making money, then we don't take care of them. We don't build roads, we don't build hospitals, we don't build clinics, because it's not like you're going to bring some sort of community activity. If a sinkhole happened in Centurion, it happened on the highway. They took about a year and a half, 2 years, I think, to fix the sinkhole. There's still sinkholes happening in Centurion, because that is also sort of like a dormant area, and they're taking forever to fix that because it's not a main area where economic activity happens. That's where people live. Yeah.
Chair. Is that a question?
It's very important.
Okay, I'll indulge you. Okay, you.
It's easy to confuse dolomitic sinkholes with mining, because it's actually a sedimentary rock that is composed of, I don't know if my chemistry says me like, but it's calcium, there's carbonate, there's magnesium. So, but every time it gets in touch with water, it actually dissolves and goes. That's why some places that you mentioned in Pretoria, it is not that there was mining activity before. It's just a type of rock.
True.
Whenever it meets water, you have to fresh. You understand what I'm talking about?
True.
So we might confuse the whole thing as sinkholes to mining, whereas it's just issue just how the evolution behind the type of rock that is there. You'll find that in most cases, the dolomitic sinkholes are not necessarily caused because there was mining activity. It's just the type of rock that made water. So I thought it's important that we don't go home while thinking that it's just contaminated.
Yes. Yeah. We were just saying in this specific town, you had surface rock, dolomitic rock, you had the water table, right? And once they drained the water table, because the mines actually drained the water tables by themselves. They took, generators there or whatever you want to call it, water pumps, and drained it so that they could mine. Once they were done, this affected the buoyancy of the table rock or something along those lines. So now the table rock cannot be supported by the large volume of water that was there before, or that actually then drains when it rains. Because like this is when you do your borehole. That's where you tap into the water table and pull water out. But as a single house, you wouldn't be able to do all of that. That's why I'm saying they drain the water for safety for their mine workers. Once they were done, they left, didn't replace the water. Buoyancy then happened, then you have all these collapses that happen all over the town.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. You spoke like the municipal manager of that area.
Yeah.
Colleagues, we have our last but not least speaker. We have Dr. Mfune there. And Dr. Mfune, please take to the platform. After which, then you are going to be grilled. I'm going to grill you.
Yes, that's part of the game. That's part of the game.
We'll give you 15 minutes to go through your presentation, after which then we'll have a discussion. You will get comments and questions. So, are you coming all right? Okay? So, time now is almost 16:30 there, so you will have your 15 minutes, and then after which then we engage. So please take us through your presentation. Thank you very much.
All right. Afternoon.
Afternoon.
We conducted a study on the effects of good governance in local government in district councils in Malawi. Then out of that paper, one of the objectives is what are the opportunities of good governance and in district council. So out of that, that's where this paper has been developed, just out of one objective. This is the presentation outline. Good governance has been touted as a good solution for national development. And several researchers have said, well, good governance helps to spur socio-economic development, human welfare, etc., both locally and internationally. Others, like the development partners, they say, well, it increases transparency, accountability to prevent vulnerability and corruption and unethical practices, and improve public trust in government institutions. So donors have imposed good governance as a donor conditionality for developing countries like Malawi, among others. Government of Malawi embarked on a number of reforms. One of it is good governance, decentralization, and a public service charter. A public service charter or customer service charter are said to be a tool for good governance. There are a number of people who have carried research. I will not go through all of them because of time, but I will just go through the institutional framework for good governance implementation. Sequester says, like for example, of Malawi, there is no an institutional framework for implementing good governance. However, when we did some literature review, we found that there are a number of frameworks that can guide good governance in Malawi. For example, the Malawi Vision 2020, it spells out the principles of good governance that must be implemented if there is good governance. Then we have the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi, Section 13. It clearly stipulates good governance principles like accountability, transparency, participation of the citizenry, rule of law, and responsiveness of government, of the duty bearers whenever they are implementing their policies, among others. There is also particularly some guidelines in developing and implementing service charters in Malawi. So these stipulate and outline those fundamental principles which the UN has indicated in their documents, even the World Bank. It was qualitative in nature. We used a sample of 29. We're basing it on reaching of a saturation point. So this one, according to some other researchers, they say saturation point is at 30, but we stopped at 29 because we are having some repetitions of the answers. We used key informant interviews, focus group discussions, and also mystery shopping. In some cases, the enumerators were posing like customers in some of the districts, like in health centers, and also when they were looking for enrollment in education. The results show that the customer service charters in the district councils, 3 of them, failed to fulfill their purpose in improving service delivery. Literature says customer service charters help to improve service delivery. Then ultimately, as intervening variable, customer service charter can help in achieving development outcomes. But this didn't occur exactly like that. Instead, there were rising incidences of corruption and abuse of resources, which contributed to poor service delivery. When people raise complaints in district councils, they are not attended to through the mystery shopping. When they were one day they went to the market, they wanted just the refuge, the car collecting the skipping dumps to collect the refuge. They delayed. When in the service charter they say we can only do it in 1 day. So those are some of the issues. Then the institutional framework, which I mentioned earlier on, wasn't adhered to. There are a number of institutional framework, like the Constitution of the Republic of Malawi, Decentralization Act. It says power to the people, which was more or less like copied from Batupere, which we use here in South Africa. It's the same under the SADC protocols of good governance. Then you find that recruitment and other important things, they start from the top, bottom. Even the introduction of the good governance, it was the donor-driven. They are the ones who said, well, you need to have this one. The implementation, it was zero because they said, no, we can't fund you. We just wanted you to put in place so that you can finance it. Those are some of the challenges, that have hampered the implementation. Like, for example, top-down approach to implementation instead of decentralization. Elitism, when they were developing the customer service charters, it was the senior executives who were involved, but the local cadre who work on ground, they weren't involved in the development. Local governments, the district council, accepted good governance reform on donor conditionality. That's another challenge. And specifically, the one which worsens the situation is that during the time they were introducing the customer service charters in district councils, we didn't have councillors. During that time when the former president was in power, he had to abolish the district councils. So it means it was the executive, the bureaucrats, the duty bearers who were implementing. So in one way or another, it was like more or less like they were operating without the mandate and anybody to monitor and to hold them accountable for their duties or for their actions or their inactions. These are some of the challenges which were there. One of the issues which happened is like one of the CEO of the local municipal was involved in corruption, but instead of the rule of law applying, the central government, they had to transfer this person from this district council to another one, which in a way is against the principle of good governance. Let me just go to the next result. So most of Malawians stay in rural areas, and local governments are close to the people. Therefore, if the citizenry at the local community were participating in the development of the customer service charter, either through their elected ward councillors or themselves directly, then at least they would have been able to express their aspirations, their needs, and put those needs into plan. And when implementing, they would have been able to monitor. And even when budgeting, they would have been involved in pre-budget sessions so that enough resources should put on the items which they have flagged out in their customer service charter and also in their plans. Suffice to say that good governance policy only serves as to attract development partners' assistance. It is a powerful tool on paper. That's why I've coined it a paper tiger. Yes, it's a tiger, but implementation is not done it's done at minimal level. Therefore, good governance is not good enough to improve service delivery than to spur socio-economic development. Good governance was accepted as a good governance reform on donor conditionality to receive aid. So these are the institutional framework. I think I misposted this one, which was supposed to be followed. The Malawi Vision 2020, the Constitutional Republic of Malawi, among others. They stipulate clearly what must be done. So this is a missed opportunity where would have reduced corruption and abuse of public resources, would have improved service delivery in access to quality education and health and quality of life. Therefore, it would have contributed to socio-economic development of Malawi as outlined in the Malawi Growth and Development Strategy, also in the Millennium Development Goals. Why Millennium Development Goals? Because the study was based on from 06 to 2016 when the customer service charters were developed. So I was evaluating along during that period when they were introduced. So after the introduction, it was more or less like evaluating have they been effective or not. Thank you so much for your listening.
Ladies and gents, we have heard the speaker, and thank you very much, Doc, for that great and interesting presentation. I think you were well within time. Just within 10 minutes, we're done. And we are learning about a paper tiger. Yeah. And colleagues, we heard about the paper tiger. I'm sure want to see tigers from the floor as well. Posing questions. Okay, this time I'll start from here. Number one. Number two. Number three. Number 4. And number 5. Yeah, so I can hear that they want to pounce on you because you claim to be a tiger. So, in that particular order, please let's engage the presenter, starting from here.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, sir, for the presentation. What I wanted to ask is that normally there's a saying in policy, and they say no policy is policy. It doesn't have to exist on paper form in order for it to exist in activity, right? So what I wanted to ask, maybe even if it's like I know it's not in your, maybe it might not be in your paper, but like it seems like the governance activities that were happening in Malawi before the Malawi Vision 2020 happened, sort of like continued the way, the same way that they did before the Vision 2020. Was that the case, or was there like some slight changes that happened with regards to governance? Because now, without a governance policy being there or a legal framework being there, there was governance taking place. Do we then recognize that governance that was taking place without a framework as governance, or just regular government activity.
Can I take the question? Or?
Okay, just note the question and then you will answer after each one has asked the question. Russell, you may proceed.
Okay, thank you, sir. Excellent study. I just want to ask, is there an index, good governance index that was developed when this Vision 2020 was created by the government then? That's the first question. The other aspect is that, what do you say to this argument that aid leads to corruption? Aid breeds corruption. There's this, if you go to the readings on this issue of aid, there's even a book by a lady called Dandisa Moyo, which speaks about debt aid. That in actual fact, aid hinders development. I think that is her main argument. So what are your comments on that? Thanks.
Okay, I'm sure you are noting all those
Yes.
questions and, in that particular order as well, and you are going to respond to them. But you can choose in whichever order you want to respond to them. But please kindly note those questions. Question number 3.
Yeah, thank you. Doc, I'm Christopher Magomero from Malawi.
Thank you, yes. Yes.
Yes, so tomorrow I'll also be presenting on a critique of the local government system in Malawi. I want to invite you to be there so that you can also say something about what I'm saying about it, because we are touching on some severe areas there. Secondly, I would like to suggest possibly you could unpack what the Vision 2020 said about good governance, so we can understand what it means in terms of good governance. What is it saying is good governance? And at the same time, since it's now a past vision, there's a new one. There's your now 2063. What does it also say about transition? What is it?
Okay, thank you for the wonderful presentation. One of the conclusive slides, I saw a sentence, phrase, that good governance is not
good enough.
Yes, for quality service delivery. Something like that. Maybe we can go back to it. There's a slide there.
Yes, yes.
Yeah, it's confusing to me. Because we expect that good governance will ensure quality service delivery. So maybe there are other things, or there are other underpinnings that you have that I'm not getting it clear.
Okay.
Yes.
You look at that concept.
Okay, from the paper, Tiger, I'll expect a Kasongo answer. The theory of Malawi, Chakwera said it's a servant leadership theory in terms of his governance, and he declared that as a national principle. I wanted to know, does this paper cover his era? And if it does, why didn't you include it as a theory for the government of Malawi? Because this he did when he was dismissing those ministers and getting some of them arrested to show that he was willing to clean the government. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
You may respond.
Let me start with this one. I said the study time frame or horizon was from 06 to 16. That's for this study. However, what you've raised concerning Chakwera is servant leadership. I'm presenting a paper, if all goes well, maybe tomorrow, on the effects of transformational leadership on organizational outcomes. It is addressing those issues. Maybe tomorrow. If you want a copy, I can be able to share if you are interested in that one. This one was looking at that period, and the theoretical framework that I'm using is good governance, institutional theory, public choice theory, that the servant you are supposed to respond, or you are accountable to the citizenry through your elected, as you said earlier on Chakwera, through your elected members or through the local participation of the people. That's what I was basing on to answer that one. Good governance, not good enough to spur socio-economic development. On paper, it is good, but however, it faces challenges, which makes it not good enough. That's why it's a paper tiger. You know, in our local village, I don't know here, in Malawi, we have scarecrows. When the crows and other vultures, they want to eat your groundnuts, we put a paper that scares them. So I look at this one that the district council or the executives, they are just using it to attract the donor, to give them money. But implementation, like, for example, Blantyre City Council in Malawi, they didn't implement. In their guidelines, they say you can't implement the customer service charter unless it has been officially launched by a higher level official. They didn't launch it up to 2024. 2023 rather. I have those things. In Luchenza, that's the second municipal council, they haven't even implemented it up to today because it hasn't been launched. Then the third place, far away from where I'm based in South Region, about 600 kilometers away, Chitipa, border with Tanzania, they haven't launched it up to today. So it's just the gathering dust. That's why I'm saying it's a paper tiger. But to the development partners, when they look at it, yes, these councils, they have what? They have a customer service charter, which is a tool for good governance. You were asking about the good governance index. There are about 3 different indexes. The World Bank, good governance, principles of good governance, and they have also the UN, good governance principles. I think there are 7 others, they are saying 8 different indexes. Then out of that, the Malawi, they came up with an index which has got 5, which they want it to be in their core values, about being core values, but in the customer service charter, those are the indexes they want you to follow. Participation, accountability, transparency, consensus building, and the responsiveness and the rule of law. 6 or 5, yeah, something like that, yes. To question about policy on paper, or it can be implemented. So you were talking about before the Malawi Vision 2020. You remember when Malawi was, when a lot of developing countries were changing from one party to multi-party, we were forced. Of course, it was good. It has helped us in our way around. During that time, that's when they were imposing a number of reforms. One of it is decentralization. I was in Atlantic Room 1 this morning. That's where there was a paper on local government. Somebody was presenting. So my comment from Zimbabwe, I said, well, the challenges you are facing in Zimbabwe are almost the same in Malawi. Why? Because decentralization was forced, and it's partial decentralization. As a result, certain things are still having some challenges on us. So during that time, we had what we were saying poor governance, the one-party era. Then they said, okay, you need to reform. Then they were bringing reform your constitution and this decentralization. Then one of the reform they were bringing in is the good governance. So that's where they were bringing up, these are the principles which you need to follow. So this, in the past, we had bad governance. And then in multi-party era, 1994, going this side, that's when I said, okay, if you want to have good governance, these are the principles that you need to follow. So there are about 7 or 6. So Malawi looked at 5 of them that you need to follow. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Colleagues, I must really take this opportunity to thank each one of you, and it's that time as well for me to make that announcement about who has won this prize. Yeah, you have been good audience, I must acknowledge that. And you engaged all the speakers in a way that was so constructive. So I must express my sincerest gratitude as well as the facilitator of this session. We have come to the end of this session, but before we officially close, the announcement that I need to make is that do not forget that tomorrow we have what we call a gala dinner. The gala dinner will start at approximately 1900 hours. So please, dress to kill. I am told that it's semi-formal or semi-casual, something like that, but please dress to kill. It's an occasion where we are going to celebrate our 10th year anniversary as since the institution of IPADA as a conference or an association. So let's all come and join that celebration. We are all, and as a matter of fact, we are all invited to come and join in the gala dinner that has been organized for us. There won't be long speeches as opposed to other years where you have somebody speaking for long hours. It's going to be a different ball game altogether. Because we ought to celebrate. It's the 10th year anniversary for IPADA. So thank you very much, colleagues. Hope to see you tomorrow in one place. Have a great evening.
Crowded. Hey, one more thing,